scroll. Ketemu tapi nggak ngobrol. Seharian di depan layar, yang katanya mau streaming sebentar. Tapi, sama seperti generasi sebelum kami yang mengajarkan banyak hal, kami juga memiliki mimpi dan berusaha mewujudkannya dengan cara kami. Meski cara kami terlihat berbeda dengan generasi sebelumnya, tujuan kami selalu sama. Kami ingin membangun tempat yang lebih baik, di mana kami bisa merdeka untuk saling terhubung, menciptakan inovasi, dan perubahan baru untuk semua orang. Kami percaya dapat berkontribusi terhadap bangsa ini dan membuatnya menjadi tempat yang lebih baik.
Selamat pagi.
Bebas lepaskan mimpimu, tegar kuatkan langkahmu, gapailah cita-citamu, takkan padam semangatmu. Pantang lelah, pantang kalah, tanpa batas yakinlah kau pasti bisa. Terus berjuang, terus berkarya, tanpa bersuara pada dunia. Lebih kuat adalah rumahku, sekarang dan selamanya.
Mendukung setiap langkah bebas karyamu. IndiHome, aktivitas tanpa batas.
Ini adalah negeri yang kaya, dengan bermacam suku dan budaya. Beraneka pulau dengan keindahannya yang menghadirkan sebuah keberagaman bernama Indonesia. Bank Syariah Indonesia sebagai bank dengan fundamental yang kuat selalu berperan aktif dalam pesatnya pembangunan dan bertumbuhnya ekonomi, menjadi energi majunya usaha kecil dan menengah, menjadi berkah dalam membangun negeri. Bank Syariah Indonesia yang modern dan penuh inovasi selalu hadir untuk mewujudkan mimpi. Dengan berbagai produknya, dengan keramahan layanannya, membangun Indonesia, membangun manusia.
Bank Syariah Indonesia.
Gimana caranya baca berita di kompas.com tanpa iklan? Tutup di sana, muncul di sini. Iklan bikin gak fokus baca berita. Waktunya kamu coba kompas.com Plus. Daftar via aplikasi kompas.com di Android. Atau kunjungi di halaman plus.kompas.com. Nikmati pengalaman yang lebih baik di kompas.com Plus. Kamu bisa baca semua berita kompas.com. Lebih nyaman tanpa iklan. Gabung kompas.com Plus sekarang.
Setiap saat, berita bertabur di ruang publik. Namun hanya media Indonesia memberikan yang terbaik, mendalam, terpercaya, dan mudah diakses di mana saja dan kapan saja. Media Indonesia Cetak, mediaindonesia.com, dan e-paper Media Indonesia layak menjadi referensi Anda. Media Indonesia, referensi bangsa. Mau dong dengar Metro TV di radio? Jangan takut ketinggalan berita. Dengarkan MG Radio Network di 94,7 FM Jakarta.
Anda masih bersama kami di Morning Season.
Peraturan yang ditetapkan oleh pemerintah wajib dipatuhi.
Up to date, terpercaya,
MG Listener masih bersama Suara Plus 62.
inspiratif, juga humanis.
Apa kabar juga MG Listener? Indonesia Station kali ini sangat spesial.
Ayo, dengarkan Metro TV di MG Radio Network. More than just news.
Berani melawan keterbatasan demi memberitakan kebenaran. Terus berjalan menghadapi perubahan, berinovasi menjawab tantangan zaman. Menjadi tempat informasi terpercaya yang cepat, berimbang, dan akurat. Tak sekadar memberi wawasan, namun juga membuka pikiran. Orang cerdas membaca tuntas hanya di detik.com.
Berawal dari bagian barat Indonesia, kami datang sebagai sahabat, membawa beragam kisah dari sudut pandang setiap daerah untuk menjadi mata lokal menjangkau Indonesia.
Trans 7 mempersembahkan
Bebek Madura, kalau bunyinya beda. Gimana? Kwek kwek kwek. Kwek kwek kwek.
Kalau Kak Ijel mau, lu mau putusin apa?
Ya harap mau gue cekek bentar. Ada. Ting-ting kan. Iya, nggak jadi kamu. Nggak jadi. Gara-gara mana? Pokoknya. Berarti ceritanya awalnya si Bekti sampai dipecat.
Ini seragamnya cakep, lu kayak buah saga tuh. Lu marahnya pakai blocking, Pak.
Ini pilihan Ayu, Ayah suka nggak? Wah, bener suka, ya Allah, bener suka banget. Uang dari aku. Rumah joget cina kameramen. Untuk mendapatkan hasil yang terbaik, para petani porang harus masuk ke dalam hutan untuk mencari lahan yang gembur.
Ada yang ngiler.
Mantap, Pi.
Akhirnya aku dapat juga pesanan aku.
Maka.
Jak Solar akan memberikan sesuatu yang spesial. Pengalaman yang luar biasa.
Ini baru Trans 7.
When you move your body around and around, you got me in a tight grip. You know how to just make me want you, baby. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on and show me how you do. You want
Global financial markets have become increasingly interconnected during the last 20 years. Financial globalization has significantly benefited investors, savers, and national economies. 3 decades ago, a firm constructing a new factory would have likely been limited to borrowing from a domestic bank. There are now a lot more options available. It can search globally for a loan with a lower interest rate and borrow in a foreign currency. It can issue stocks or bonds in domestic or foreign capital markets, and it can select from a variety of financial products designed to help it hedge against potential risks. Unfortunately, the globalization and interdependence do not come free of challenges. The increasing interconnection and dependence between countries also mean that economic hurdles in one country will affect another, and financial issues in one country can amplify to disrupt the global financial system. The COVID-19 pandemic and the Russia-Ukraine war has put the global financial system under considerable stress. The war caused a surge in global commodity prices. The sharp rise in commodity prices further complicates the challenge faced by central banks in bringing down inflation to target while safeguarding the post-pandemic recovery. When the central banks in developed economies raise interest rates to combat inflation, global financial conditions will tighten even further. Furthermore, the strengthening of the US dollar has resulted in currency depreciation and capital outflows in the Asian region, when many governments' financial positions are already stressed. About 60% of low-income countries are in or at high risk of experiencing government debt distress, resulting in poor market liquidity and funding strains, ultimately affecting the resilience of financial markets and their functions. We can see how devastating this global crisis has been to emerging nations by looking at the example of Sri Lanka. The nation is currently going through an unexpected economic crisis that is hurting both its financial system and its population. Sri Lanka is unable to import the goods it needs. For the first time in history, it failed to make an interest payment on its foreign debt. According to the BBC, the nation owes foreign creditors more than $51 billion, including $6.5 billion to China. Failure to make debt interest payments can harm the nation's standing with investors, making it more difficult for it to borrow the funds it requires on global markets. The confidence in its currency and economy could be further harmed by this. As seen in the past, financial problems that occur in a country can also have an impact on a global financial stability. The 2008 financial crisis, which initially began with the subprime mortgage crisis in the United States, gradually hit many European countries and began to cause a global financial crisis. These were due to falling prices, which hindered export trade and affected exporting countries. Moreover, the decline in the stock market, which is due to the risk aversion behavior of foreign investors, made the impact of the global crisis spread to foreign regions, such as Asia. All aspects of financial intermediation are crucial for the issues at hand, because the financial system stability depends on factors like the capacity to allocate resources efficiently, manage financial risk, and assess price volatilities in a country. Once we understand the importance of the interconnected infrastructure of the financial system, we can overcome the risk of global interdependence and secure a stable financial system.
My name is Thomas Cesariano, Economics student batch 2020.
And my name is Shakuntala Anjani Nindraswari, Economics student batch 2020, and we will guide you through today's seminar as your master of ceremony.
Before we start, we would like to welcome Mr. Fit Adrison SA MA PhD, the head of Economics Department in Faculty of Economics and Business, Universitas Indonesia.
Mr. Richard Kozulwright, Director of the Globalization and Development Strategies Division in the United Nations Conference on Trade and Development.
Professor Bambang Brojonegoro, President Commissioner of Telkom Indonesia and Bukalapak.com.
Ms. Daria Taglioni, Research Manager on Trade and Integration at the World Bank Development Research Group. Mr. Tarman Shanmugaratnam, Senior Minister and Coordinating Minister for Social Policies.
Mr. Andrea Goldstein, Head of India, Indonesia, Tunisia, Desk at the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development.
Mr. James P. Walsh, Senior Resident Representative for Indonesia at the International Monetary Fund.
Mr. Ikumo Isono BAMA, Senior Economist at the Economic Research Institute for ASEAN and East Asia.
Mr. Henry Setiawan Wiano, BE, Senior Advisor Directorate Digital Business at PT Telekomunikasi Indonesia.
Dr. Dennis Hu, Director of the Policy Support Unit at Asia Pacific Economic Cooperation.
Mr. Raden Raihan Satria Gumilang, Chairman of Kanopi FEB UI.
And lastly, Mr. Wineto Badrika Rafsya Ranadireksa, the Chief Executive Officer of the 20th Economix.
First, we regretfully inform you that Mr. Eric Thohir would not be able to join us today due to unforeseen circumstances. Economix is one of the biggest international events in the Faculty of Economics and Business, Universitas Indonesia, that is annually held by Kanopi, the student body of Universitas Indonesia undergraduate economics student.
Economics regularly serves as the platform for discussion of crucial global economic issues. The three main events of Economics are seminar, MUN conference, and competition with participants from different countries all around the globe.
In its 20th year, Economics returns with the grand theme of the aftermath of global economic and political insecurity, a modern challenge towards interdependencies.
And the theme of this 20th Economics International Seminar is
Redefining the pathways of global cooperation, striving towards resilience amidst economic and political crisis. Before we begin today's event, please abide by the following rules.
First, all participants are expected to attend the entire 20th Economics International Seminar event until the seminar ended.
Second, all participants are strictly forbidden to make a hassle or make a potentially problematic situation once joined the platform. Before we move on to the next agenda, we would like to thank our sponsors and media partners. In particular, we would like to thank our sponsors
Bursa Efek Indonesia,
Kustodian Sentral Efek Indonesia,
Clearing Penjamin Efek Indonesia,
Telkom Indonesia,
IndiHome,
PT Penjamin Infrastruktur Indonesia,
PT Sarana Multigria Finansial,
Laboratorium Klinik Prodia,
Bank Syariah Indonesia,
PT Pindad,
Goodimo,
Bank UOB Indonesia,
Bank Sentral Asia,
Astra Credit Companies,
Scarlet,
Kopi Kreatif,
Kumau Ramen,
Menanti,
Atmadja,
Yes Doc,
Paragon,
Tanamera,
Segari,
Bobo Box,
Standard,
Indonesia Bureau of Economic Research,
LPM FEB UI,
Economic Research Institute for ASEAN.
Last but not least, we would also like to thank our media partners. They are
Kompasiana,
Kompas.com,
Suara.com,
Media Group,
Metro TV,
Media Indonesia,
Medcom.id,
MG Radio,
Republika,
Detik.com,
Good News from Indonesia,
Inilah Koran,
Millennia News,
Warta Ekonomi,
Inspira TV,
Koran Jakarta,
Infobank,
Tribun News,
Kata Data,
Harian Metropolitan,
IDX Channel,
OK Zone,
Semexco,
Times Indonesia,
Trax,
CNN Indonesia, Solo Pos,
Trans 7,
Ultimax,
Solo Pos FM,
Tempo.co,
V Radio,
Trijaya Radio,
TV One,
and last but not least, Sir Morpheus. Before that, we will watch together a safety video to make sure this seminar went safe and well.
Selamat datang di kawasan Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis Universitas Indonesia. Dan berikut ini adalah induksi keselamatan di kawasan FEB UI. Kawasan Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis Universitas Indonesia memiliki beberapa gedung perkuliahan dan juga gedung dekanat, di mana masing-masing gedung memiliki pintu utama, lift, tangga, dan juga pintu darurat. Diharapkan bagi siapapun di area gedung ini, harap berhati-hati saat melangkah karena berpotensi resiko lantai atau tangga licin. Gunakanlah pegangan tangga saat menaiki atau menuruni tangga. Apabila dalam keadaan darurat seperti gempa bumi, perhatikan hal-hal berikut. Usahakan agar tetap tenang dan jangan panik. Jika memungkinkan, langsung keluar gedung dan berkumpul di area lapangan atau titik berkumpul saat terjadi bencana. Jika tidak memungkinkan karena berada di lantai atas atau jauh dari pintu keluar, disarankan untuk merunduk atau berlindung di pinggir tembok, lindungi kepala dan berpegangan. Setelah goncangan reda, tetap tenang dan segera menuju titik berkumpul. Dan apabila terjadi kebakaran, jika mampu, padamkan api menggunakan apar yang telah disediakan di setiap gedung. Jika tidak mampu, berteriaklah dan nyalakan alarm. Lapor ke nomor darurat Universitas Indonesia ke nomor 787-5602. Jangan berdesakan atau berlarian. Ikuti jalur keluar sesuai tanda jalur evakuasi. Security akan menunjukkan jalur evakuasi terdekat. Pastikan tidak ada satu orang pun yang tertinggal di dalam ruangan. Untuk wanita, lepaskan sepatu dengan hak tinggi untuk memudahkan evakuasi. Dalam keadaan darurat seperti ini, gunakan tangga darurat dan tidak diperbolehkan menggunakan lift. Tetap tenang mengikuti jalur evakuasi hingga ke titik berkumpul, sampai kondisi dinyatakan aman. Demi kenyamanan dan keselamatan bersama, siapapun yang berada di kawasan Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis Universitas Indonesia wajib mematuhi peraturan yang ada. Berdasarkan keputusan Rektor nomor 1805-SK-R-UI-2011 tentang kawasan tanpa rokok, seluruh warga UI dilarang merokok di dalam lingkungan kampus UI yang dapat meningkatkan risiko kebakaran. Dimohon juga untuk selalu menjaga kebersihan dengan membuang sampah di tempat yang telah disediakan.
Now, we will open this event by singing the national anthem of Indonesia, Indonesia Raya.
We invite all of our guests to stand to sing the Indonesia Raya. all of the audience can be seated again. To officially start today's agenda, we would like to present traditional dance performance from Sanggar Tari Dwi Putri.
This dance, well preserved throughout centuries, originates from Indonesia. This dance will show a combination of beautiful dances from several regions in Indonesia. In just about a moment as our welcome greeting to you.
So ladies and gentlemen, without any further ado, please welcome the three beautiful dancers, extending our warmest welcome to all of you. This is the Indonesian traditional contemporary dance.
Now, let's move on to the next agenda. We will now hear opening remarks from important stakeholders of the 20th Economix.
First up is Mr. Wineto Ranadireksa as the Chief Executive Officer of the 20th Economix. Without any further ado, please welcome Mr. Wineto Ranadireksa.
Check. Okay. Good morning, honorable speakers, moderator, faculty members, and fellow attendees. My name is Wineto Ranadireksa, serving as the Chief Executive Officer of the 20th Economix Global Economic Challenges. Here we are pleased to welcome you to the 20th Economix International Seminar, redefining the pathways of global cooperation, striving towards resilience amidst economic and political crisis. Every year, Economix aims to sharpen knowledge regarding crucial global issues by providing insights from experts with diverse backgrounds. As we all know, COVID-19 pandemic have raised concern for every individual all over the world. Nations have been figuring out ways to deal with the virus and also deal with their worsening economic condition. While countries all across the globe have been trying to recover from the scarring effect of the pandemic, Ukraine and Russia's war had sent yet another shock wave and shattered the hopes for the return of normalcy, causing a humanitarian crisis, disrupted global supply chains, and an inflationary slump in the world. And it is further complicated by the fragmentation amidst geopolitical tension. Hence, the disruption of global cooperation has strengthened the vulnerability of an interdependent world. On this special occasion, we are going to learn insightful knowledge from 9 notable speakers and experienced moderator. Today's seminar focuses on driving this course on the underlying issue of economic cooperation and interdependence. Thus, we would like to introduce you each of our speakers and moderator that will deliver the precious insight. Please welcome to the room Professor Bambang Brojonegoro, President Commissioner of Telkom Indonesia and Bukalapak.com. Mr. Richard Kozul-Wright, Director of the Globalization and Development Strategies Division in United Nations Conference on Trade and Development. Mrs. Daria Taglioni, Research Manager on Trade and Integration at the World Bank Development Research Group. Mr. Tharman Shanmugaratnam, Senior Minister of the Republic of Singapore. Mr. Andrea Goldstein, Head of Indonesia Desk at the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, or OECD. Mr. James B. Walsh, Senior Resident Representative for Indonesia at IMF. Mr. Ikomo Isono, Senior Economist at the Economic Research Institute for Asian and East Asia area. Mr. Dennis Hu, Director of the Policy Support Unit at Asia Pacific Economic Cooperation. Mr. Henry Setiawan Wiatno, Senior Advisor for Directorate Digital Business at Telkom Indonesia. And last, our moderator, Angelo Abilwijaya, Head of Project Management Research and Y20 Organizers Network. On behalf of the 20th Economix Committee, I would like to say thank you to all parties involved in today's event. The Department of Economics, Faculty of Economics and Business, Universitas Indonesia, IndiHome, Telkom Indonesia, all sponsors, research partners, media partners, and ticketing partner. I wish today's event will provide you an insightful knowledge that will be valuable. Without further ado, we present you the 20th Economix International Seminar. Spirit.
Thank you, Winet, for the very warm welcome and inspiring speech.
Next up is from the Chairman of Kanopi FEB UI, Mr. Raihan Satya Gumilang. Without any further ado, please welcome Mr. Raihan Satya Gumilang.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, greetings of virtue. We are very grateful to be gathered today in one of the oldest and most prominent events held by Kanopi FEB UI and Faculty of Economics and Business Universitas Indonesia, the 20th Economix. It is thus both an honor and a pleasure for Economics to have distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. At this chance, I would like to extend a special welcome to our honorable guests, speakers, and moderator, distinguished Professor Bambang Brojonegoro as the President Commissioner of Telkom Indonesia and Bukalapak.com, Mr. Richard Kozlowright as the Director of the Globalization and Development Strategies Division in the United Nations Conference on Trade and Development, Ms. Daria Taglioni as the Research Manager on Trade and Integration at the World Bank Development Research Group, Mr. Tharman Shanmugaratnam as the Distinguished Senior Minister of the Republic of Singapore, Mr. Andrea Goldstein as the Head of India, Indonesia, Tunisia Desk at OECD, Mr. James P. Walsh as Senior Resident Representative for Indonesia at IMF, Mr. Henry Setiawan Wiyatno as the Senior Advisor for Directorate Digital Business at Telkom Indonesia, Mr. Ikumo Isono as Senior Economist at AREA, Dr. Dennis Hu as the Director of the Policy Support Unit at Asia Pacific Economic Cooperation, Mr. Angelo Abel Wijaya from Head of Project Management Research and Y20 Organizer Network, Mr. Fit Edrison as the Head of Economics Department, Faculty of Economics and Business Universitas Indonesia. First and foremost, on the behalf of the 20th Economics Committee and Kanopi FEB UI as a student association, I would like to take this opportunity to sincerely express my utmost thank you to all speakers and moderators for their tremendous support to be part of the Economics family. Moreover, I thank you to all participants and delegates most warmly for your participation and wish you all success with this event. Lastly, our sponsors and media partner, thank you for trusting Economics, and we really appreciate our partnership and look forward to more collaborations in the near future. Ladies and gentlemen, we are all aware that the world is full of uncertainties and complex problems. Further issues continues to arise that we have to deal with, most notably during the pandemic situation and Russia's invasion of Ukraine that affects the overall economic and political crisis on the global economy. The disruption of economics is unavoidable. Therefore, we all have to anticipate, remain vigilant, and take initiative strategies amidst the crisis we overcome and turn the hardship into an opportunity to bounce back the economic growth through global collaboration to ensure economic recovery and growth amidst the crisis. Which leads us all here today, gathering together to discuss at the 20th Economics Seminar that raised the grand theme of redefining the pathways of global cooperation, striving for resilience amidst economic and political crisis. Our today's Economics International Seminar agenda is impressively rich in economic topics, and we hope that Economics will offer fellow attendees plenty of material for reflection that is useful. We also hope that attendees can actively engage in our discussions to share their experience and not to hesitate to ask questions not only to our expert speakers, but also to one another in order to make this a truly interactive, lively event. That concludes my remarks. We do hope this seminar will give all of us so many insights. So please enjoy this seminar. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Raihan, for the very warm welcome and inspiring speech. Now, we are going to hear the welcoming speech from Mr. Vid Anderson, PhD, as the head of Economics Department and Faculty of Economics and Business, Universitas Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Vid Anderson.
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning to all of you here and wherever you watch this event. So, welcome to the 20th Economics International Seminar. As you can see from my outfit, I'm not kind of a formal guy, so I'm not going to talk about the global economic challenges. Yeah, I'm going to highlight several things. First, perhaps many of you don't know how Kanopi was established. It was established around like 28 years ago. It was just a small discussion group, yeah, among economics students back then, 28 or 29 years ago. So in several initial years, I was involved in that discussion group. And back then, I would never have imagined that Kanopi becomes so big like today now, such that they have an annual event at this scale. So please join me to give big applause to Kanopi. Yeah, you all done very good job. So the second thing is I'm not going to talk about the topics because you will learn, you will hear from prominent speakers. What I'm going to talk about is about the soft skill. Yeah. Why am I talking about soft skills? Well, in the campus, and the class, you learn hard skill, the knowledge. But for the you will also learn how to build your soft skill. And my point is, this group, Kanopi, has shown a good soft skill because managing this event requires a lot of effort. Yeah, you need to manage all staffs. You need to convince others, such that you see, voluminous supporting agencies, sponsors, and very large number of prominent speakers. So that is the thing. Perhaps the most valuable lessons, especially for those in Kanopi, that you learn from organizing this event. Yeah. So I also hope that all the students, not only in Kanopi but also in other students groups, can also learn from this kind of activities. That is, first, building their soft skill, because that's really important for you. Yeah. Wherever you work. Yeah. After you finish your degree here, whether you are going to work as an employee or employer or just self-worker. So again, congratulations, and I really hope that all of you will learn valuable lesson from this event. Thank you, and have a fruitful seminar. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vid Anderson, for the remarkable welcoming speech. Before we move on, we will hear an opening remark from the Director of the Globalization and Development Strategies Division in United Nations Conference on Trade and Development, Richard Kozul-Wright. He is the Director of UNCTAD Globalization and Development Strategies Division. He has worked at the UN in both New York and Geneva and published widely on economic issues, including the Economic Journal, the Cambridge Journal of Economics, the Journal of Development Studies, and the Oxford Review of Economic Policy.
He has co-written books such as The Case for a New Bretton Woods with Kevin P. Gallagher, The Resistible Rise of Market Fundamentalism with Paul Raymond, and co-edited volumes of Transnational Corporations and the Global Economy, Economic Insecurity and Development, Securing Peace, Climate Protection and Development, and Industrial Policy. He also co-edited Transforming Economies, Making Industrial Policy Work for Growth, Jobs, and Development with the International Labour Organization. Without further ado, please welcome Mr. Richard Kozul-Wright.
Greetings to the Dean and students of the Faculty of Economics and Business, Universitas Indonesia, and to all the participants at the 20th Economix International Seminar from UNCTAD here in Geneva. You've been discussing the aftermath of global economic and political insecurity in an interdependent world. This is a big and challenging topic. After a rapid but uneven recovery from the COVID-19 shock, the world economy is in the midst of cascading and multiplying crises. With income still below 2019 levels in many major economies, growth is slowing everywhere. The cost of living crisis is hurting households in advanced and developing countries alike. Damaged supply chains remain fragile in key sectors. Government budgets are under pressure from fiscal rules and unruly bond markets. Debt-distressed countries, including over half low-income countries and about a third of middle-income countries, are edging ever closer to default. Financial markets are jittery as questions mount about the reliability of some asset classes, as we've seen recently with the crypto crisis. The vaccine rollout has stalled, leaving vulnerable countries and communities exposed to new outbreaks of the pandemic. Against this troubling economic background, climate stress is intensifying, with mounting loss and damage in vulnerable countries who lack the fiscal space to deal with the disasters, let alone to make long-term investments in their futures. In some countries, the economic hardship resulting from these compounding crises is already triggering social unrest that can quickly escalate into political instability and conflict. The resulting policy challenges are daunting, especially in an international system marked by rising distrust. At the same time, the institutions of global economic governance, tasked since 1945 with mitigating global shocks, delivering international public goods, and providing a global financial safety net, have been hampered by insufficient resources and policy tools that are rigid and old-fashioned. Even as growth in advanced economies slows down more sharply than had been anticipated, the attention of policymakers has become heavily focused on dampening inflationary pressures through restrictive monetary policies, with the hope that their central banks can pilot the economy to a soft landing, avoiding a full-blown recession. Not only is there a real danger that this policy remedy could be worse than the economic disease in terms of declining wages, employment, and government revenues, it could reverse pandemic pledges to build a more sustainable, resilient, and inclusive world. The pandemic caused greater economic damage in many developing countries than did the global financial crisis of 2008 and 2009. Moreover, with their fiscal space squeezed and inadequate multilateral financial support, the bounce back in 2021 proved uneven and fragile, dependent in many cases on a further build-up of external debt. The immediate prospects for many developing countries will depend now to a very large extent on the policy responses adopted in advanced economies. The rising cost of borrowing and a reversal of capital flows, combined with a sharper than expected slowing down of China's growth engine and the economic consequences of the war in Ukraine, are a growing concern for policymakers across the developing world. With 46 developing countries already severely exposed to financial pressures from the high costs of food, fuel, and finance, the threat of a widespread developing country debt crisis is a very real one, evoking painful memories of the 1980s, and if that happens, ending any hope of meeting the Sustainable Development Goals by the end of the decade. Solving these challenges requires cooperation at the regional and the international levels. Indonesia has just finished a successful tenure as the host and chair of the G20. However, progress is hampered by geopolitical tensions. These tensions predated but have been intensified by the war in Ukraine, and the search for peace is no doubt a prerequisite for making progress. But in an interdependent world, the greater ambition of domestic policymakers will require revamping global economic governance. This is a multi-dimensional challenge. More international public resources are urgently required for the global financial safety net to help developing countries avoid deflationary adjustments to the global slowdown and recurrent shocks. More resources are also needed to meet emergency liquidity needs, along with hedging mechanisms to deal with exchange rate volatility and more objective credit rating mechanisms. Furthermore, in many countries, the investment demands implied by the 2030 Agenda and the climate crisis will not be met without reliable and concessionary long-term financing, as well as debt restructuring, including debt relief and, at least in some countries, debt cancellation. We have seen some recent positive signs, including at the COP27 in Egypt, where the parties agreed to find ways of compensating countries hit by climate crisis. And this week at the UN General Assembly agreed to increase efforts to tackle the problem of illicit financial flows, which are draining resources from many developing countries. But much more still needs to be done. And the next generation of young scholars from the South will have a key role to play in bringing fresh ideas and bold solutions to the table in our collective efforts to build a sustainable and prosperous world for all. We look forward to your contributions. Thank you very much.
Research Manager, Trade and International Integration Development Research Group. She joined the World Bank Group in 2011 as Senior Trade Economist in the International Trade Department of the Poverty Reduction and Economic Management Network. Since then, she has held various positions and roles, including Team Task Lead for the World Development Report 2020, Principal Economist in the International Finance Corporation, and World Bank's Global Lead on Global Value Chains. Previously, she worked as Senior Economist at the European Central Bank and as an economist at the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development.
She has published in the American Economic Review, Journal of International Economics, and other scholarly journals. Her work has been featured in international media outlets such as the New York Times and Forbes. She authored various books on international trade. She holds a PhD in international economics from the Graduate Institute, Geneva.
Ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm welcome to Ms. Daria Taglioni.
Thank you very much. Hello. So thanks for inviting me here, and I hope next time to be able to join in person. I would like to, for my presentation, I would like to share a presentation. So I will share my screen now. Okay. Perfect. I've been asked to speak about refining global trade, and this is a very large topic. And I was asked to talk around this topic for 20 minutes. And therefore, what I decided to do is to pick up on three issues that are on everybody's mind, three aspects that are very much debated right now around international trade, and which, however, they show some of the priorities and challenges that we are facing now, and that perhaps we wouldn't have been talking about even just 3 years ago. And those are techno-nationalism, the role of some critical products, be it technology, innovative products, but also critical minerals. And today I will talk about critical minerals. And then the role of trade in disseminating much needed technologies, such as the low carbon technologies globally. So before starting with presenting some considerations around these three topics, let me just give you a brief reminder of why we are talking about international trade. International trade has been a big engine of growth in the last 40 years. It has increased 10 times, as you can see from this slide. And an important part of this growth has been increasingly played by middle income and low income countries. We see this in the charts in the darker bars at the bottom. And although it has dropped in the more recent years, it still remains at a very high levels. Of this global trade, 50% is in global value chains, which is trade between firms that collaborate together to produce products. And this trade has been much analyzed by me, but by plenty of people. And what we know about this trade, from having seen it in action in all the recent crises, is that it normally gets hit harder when a crisis comes, but it recovers faster than other types of trade. And this is what has happened during the global crisis in 2008, during the Euro debt crisis in 2012, and more recently during the COVID period. So with that in mind, let's talk about these three topics I mentioned. And in particular, I will have three questions in my mind. The first one, and each of these three questions responds to some general thinking. The first is, what drives green technology adoption? So how does trade come into the picture? And do supply disruptions derail this process? And here the background idea, the background question I would like you to have in mind is whether policy alone can shape new technologies adoption. And I'm talking about green technology, but it's really about innovation in the end, a wider question. Then the second question I will talk about is the reorganization of the global geography of critical products. And again, in this case, we are talking about materials that are critical to producing energy and to producing high technology. And I will show you which ones we looked at. But the questions are again, an underlying thinking is that when we face bottlenecks in some critical materials, we can try through policy to reorganize these patterns of trade to our benefit. So to what extent is that possible? And then the last question will be about how dependent are we from imports of some critical inputs? And that we can see it by looking at what happened to Sri Lanka at the moment when it tried to ban or to put an import ban on some critical inputs to its economy. So the big ripple effects across the entire economy. So without further ado, let me come to the first question. And the first question, I want to start with this slide. This slide looks at data from corporate earning calls, where we looked at how often do board members of corporations that are listed in a stock market somewhere in the world mention the word low carbon technology, and how many times do they mention the word critical minerals, knowing that these are two hot areas of debate and challenging in global trade right now. And so what we see is that corporate concern for low carbon technology started really picking up exponentially since 2019. And more recently, there is also this concern for critical minerals, precisely in conjunction with the Russian-Ukrainian war. The diffusion of low carbon technologies increased across a number of countries over the last 3 years. How do we track that? Because we go and look at companies that hire professionals that have an expertise in these technologies. And if you can see across a number of very different countries for which we have this data, we see that there has been a huge exponential growth of company hirings for professionals around low carbon technologies. And this is really correlated with this increase in mention in low carbon technologies in earning calls. Now, the interesting thing, however, is that it doesn't seem that this increase in companies' shift towards low carbon technology is driven particularly by policy. It has been rather driven by two other factors. One is precisely global value chains. How do we know that? Because we see a very much synchronized increase in countries that have had a very different policy towards low carbon. And so a first lesson is really that beyond what policy does, these large corporates and the decisions that they do in terms of the products that they design, the products that they build, and the products that they try to make palatable to consumers, it's really important. The other thing is that even if the Russia-Ukrainian war is a terrible negative shock for the global economy, it seems, however, to have led to an increase in the plans of shifting towards low carbon technology for the corporate sector. And what does this teach us? That while often in policy we think that in order to use trade for shifting towards this low carbon environment, what we need to do is the so-called Pigubian taxes, which is internalize the price, the externalities of carbon emissions. That might not be enough. We see that quantitative restrictions in cases in which demand is inelastic, such as is the case in energy consumption, can actually be also an important shifter of corporate behaviors. So that's for the first question. The second question is, to what extent can countries that feel dependent on some critical inputs reshape the industrial geography of such inputs? And so what we look to, it's at a number of critical materials: aluminium, chromium, copper, lithium, platinum group metals, rare earths, and zinc. But I can tell you already that I also look a lot at digital technologies such as smartphone technologies, semiconductors, and the story wouldn't be much different. So what do we see about these rare earths? That exports are concentrated in a few countries, with a prominent role of China, in particular on rare earths. However, on the import side, also imports are very concentrated in a few countries. And again, China plays a prominent and growing role in a number of these products: chromium, copper, and zinc. When we look at firm level data from China, what we find is that the export concentration, there is also export concentration within China, with very few firms that control actually the market, in particular for copper, zinc, and the platinum group metals. Just to understand how high the concentration is, what we put here is a warning cutoff, where we use the United States Department of Justice horizontal mergers guidelines level of 0.25 of the Hirschman-Erfindel index as a sign of a highly concentrated market. And we see that actually these products are highly concentrated in few firms. And the same is the case in other countries for which we have firm level data. All countries have a high level of concentration, and in some cases, one company, one single firm can account for about 75 of some critical material. So this concentration is really a big problem for international trade right now, but also a big source of technology diffusion. And I think that the next generations will really have to understand how these issues of concentration, what are really the costs and the benefits of this high concentration, high corporate concentration, and how to deal with it in order not to reduce the incentives to innovation and technology diffusion, but also to make the market more contestable and assuage the problems that might emerge from bottlenecks in the global economy due to this high concentration. Sometimes, I mean, because we're talking about critical materials, and because you are in Indonesia, which is a country rich in materials, the question of sometimes emerges of, okay, but resource-rich countries then, in this moment where these materials are so important, are in a good position. But in reality, it is not that much the case, because the resource-rich countries are generally rich in one critical material and poor in all the others. And their markets are characterized by a high degree of market concentration as well, in the hands of few corporates. So the gains are not necessarily spread. And so I think that even for resource-rich countries, even now, as always, keeping trade open and predictable is as vital to them as to resource-poor countries. And in the next slides, I will show you why. So the why. So the big worry for many people in this sector of critical materials is that we might become too dependent of China. I showed you that the exports that a lot of the exports are in the hands of China, and increasingly a lot of the imports are in the hands of China. And then if we look at this slide, what this slide says is that actually the dependence of the world from processing of materials, of critical materials in China is higher. So for copper, for nickel, for cobalt, for lithium, and for rare earths, is higher than the global dependence from fossil fuels from Russia. Russia is the dark blue line on the extraction panel. So on your left-hand side is the dark green bar. So if you think that the world is facing huge problems because of the dependence on Russian gas, then think again, because we have a bigger dependence on processing of critical materials from China. And so this is a notion that makes a lot of countries think that they need to so-called decouple from China. Fine, but that's actually, it's only part of the story. There are also reasons to accommodate and to try to find cooperative solutions, which include critically China. And the reason is that China, that this importance of China's presence in the processing, it's really important because it's so important. It's also able to reduce the cost of technology that is critical to avert a climate disaster. This is the case in wind, this is the case in solar, and this is the case in storage battery. So this is a big reason for accommodation. Without China, we will not manage to avert a climate disaster. So any solution has to take place at a global level, and we need to find a way to manage dependencies, but not on a conflictual way. So just to summarize what this slide says, China dominates the upstream production in the solar value chain, producing around 70% of the world's solar panels. It accounts for also more than 50% of wind turbine suppliers, and has the largest production capacity of lithium-ion batteries for vehicles with 90% of global manufacturing capacity in battery storage in 2001. There is another reason for accommodation, that we need global value chains to keep working, because again, only if they are able to operate on a global scale as they have been doing until now, they will be able to push prices down of critical goods that allow, again, the energy transition, one of the biggest problems of our times. And so here we see that it's just different scenarios on how global supply chain for solar panels resulted in faster learning and lower global prices in China, in Germany, and in the US at historically low rates. And again, another way to look at the same question is that if we look at the market for cars and we compare the cost of buying a traditional combustion energy, so ignition combustion energy vehicle, and an electric vehicle, we see that different scenarios of global cooperation bring this cost parity up earlier. And so again, what this says is that to reach in a faster way and in a sufficiently fast way the tipping point of technology that we need to do a shift away from carbon, we need this global cooperation to happen. Okay, what would happen if instead we would try to decouple? So we can think of a series of costs which obviously are many more if we decide to disentangle ourselves completely from global production, and a lower number of costs if we disentangle ourselves only partially. So if we disentangle ourselves completely, we would end up having very high costs of capital. We will have to invest and do at home a lot of things that are now done globally, and because of that they are more accessible to us. There is going to be a possible systemic failure simply because those processes are too complex to manage. We also saw, in some cases where there's been an attempt of full decoupling, I mean, we can consider to some respect the Russian policies this year, having tried to decouple themselves from the global economy, but we have also other examples that there's always been an accelerated brain drain with the people, the high skills that you want to retain, being the first to leave a country that tries to isolate themselves technologically from the rest. You also observe early obsolescence of lumpy, non-market driven investments, loss of export scale and revenue, including in complementary products, and loss of product and system functionality. These are similar costs, but less if you do partial import substitution. But what you lose in both cases is the collaborative spirit and human resource development that it's actually key to keep growing and developing. And finally, my last point, it's on what happens when a small economy cuts itself out of critical imports. And I will be short because I think I'm almost up with my time, but we can take Sri Lanka fertilizer ban as an example. So what happened in May 21 was that the government of Sri Lanka banned the imports of chemical fertilizers and synthetic agrochemicals, and that ban was lifted in November 21. But at that time, the world prices for chemical fertilizers were very high. So, and also the Sri Lanka was facing one of the most severe foreign exchange crises in recent history. So this perfect storm resulted in the following effects. Different types of fertilizers were, I mean, the production and the use of different types of fertilizers stopped. Because when the fertilizer ban on only a subset of fertilizers was imposed, policymakers didn't think that there are strong complementarities in production. And so input-output tables matter. And so if you try to eat only in a targeted way specific products, you might create ripple effects and unwanted damage because you haven't accounted for the complexity in which different products come together. And more importantly, the consumption of these fertilizers remained low even after the ban was lifted. The result was that the production of rice became extremely costly in Sri Lanka, as you can see from this figure. And the price of rice was also incredibly high. So the effect was that consumers were worse off because the food prices increased dramatically. The producers were worse off because they can't set the prices domestically. These are normally internationally set prices. And there have been a lot of increase in inequality along many dimensions, between small and large landowners, between small and large firms, between multinationals which had access to foreign currency and domestic firms, and geographically, with the regions that depended on the production of agriculture and therefore on these chemical fertilizers being worse off. Thank you very much. I hope I just gave you a gist of the complexity of the global economy and how policy solutions need to be equally complex in order not to I want to stop sharing in order not to create problems to the domestic economy. Thank you. I'm not sure how to stop sharing. Let me see. Yeah. Okay. Perfect. I stop it here.
Thank you, Ms. Daria Taglioni, for your insightful speech.
Before we move on to the next agenda, we would like to thank our sponsors and media partners. In particular, we would like to thank our sponsors
Telkom Indonesia,
IndiHome,
Bank UOB Indonesia,
Astra Credit Companies,
Paragon,
Tanamera,
Segari,
Bobobox,
Standard,
Indonesia Bureau of Economic Research,
LPM FEB UI,
Economic Research Institute for ASEAN.
Last but not least, we would also like to thank our media partners. They are
Kompasiana,
Kompas.com,
Suara.com,
Media Group,
Metro TV,
Media Indonesia,
Medcom.id,
MG Radio,
Republika,
Detik.com,
Good News from Indonesia,
Millennia News,
Inspira TV,
Koran Jakarta,
Infobank,
Tribun News,
Kata Data,
Harian Metropolitan,
IDX Channel,
OK Zone,
Semexco,
Times Indonesia,
CNN Indonesia,
Solo Pos,
Trans 7,
Solo Pos FM,
Tempo.co,
V Radio,
Trijaya Radio,
TV One,
and Sermofius.
For the second keynote, we will hear a speech on the topic of reviving G20 relevance towards global recovery. The speech will be delivered by Mr. Tharman Shanmugaratnam as a Senior Minister and Coordinating Minister for Social Policies.
Mr. Tharman Shanmugaratnam is a Singaporean politician and economist who has been serving as Senior Minister of Singapore since 2019 alongside Teo Chee Hean, and has also been Coordinating Minister for Social Policies since 2015 and Chairman of the Monetary Authority of Singapore since 2011. He is also a member of the Governing People's Action Party, and he has been the Member of Parliament representing the Taman Jurong Division of Jurong GRC since 2001.
He has also been serving as Deputy Chairman of GIC. An economist by profession, Mr. Tharman had worked in both the public and private sectors, both domestic and abroad. He has spent most of his working life in public service in roles principally related to economic and social policies. Without any further ado, please give a warm welcome to Mr. Tharman Shanmugaratnam.
Thank you very much for inviting me to join you, and it's a special pleasure to be with you at this 20th occasion of the Economix International Seminar. It's a very impressive event organized by students and involving a very large number of students. And for me as a senior minister in Singapore, it gives me special pleasure to be with you. Most of our interactions between ministers of Indonesia and Singapore are with each other or with the business community. And it's not so often that I get the opportunity to be with students themselves. So thank you very much for inviting me. Let me go straight into the theme of my talk. It is not about a particular sector, a particular problem, a particular country. It is really about the confluence of challenges that we now all face and that we are going to face together and that we have to solve together. It is a confluence of global challenges that we now face. And there's never been such a confluence in living memory, a confluence of grave economic, geopolitical, climatic, and other challenges of the global commons, all coming together, everything coming together. It's not just a problem in one country or a problem for 1 year. These are problems that we are going to have to live with for many years to come. And we need new strategies to address these challenges, not just in separate silos or separate buckets, but to understand that each of these challenges are connected with the other. And they require, firstly, an understanding of these interconnections, and they require collective action, not just within our own societies, but collective action globally on a scale that we've never had to undertake before. That's the world that we're now entering. I'll talk very briefly about the dimensions of this set of multiple crises before going on to talk also about some of the solutions that we have to embark on. First, the economic challenges. I think they are reasonably well known, but we have to accept the fact that we are entering a phase of slower growth, high inflation for longer, and possibly some financial instabilities in the global system. We cannot avoid slower growth next year in most of the world. Not every single country, but most of the world will feel like it is in a recession or a bit of a recession. This is the price we pay for having allowed inflation to rise more than it should have, and now the price we pay for having to bring inflation down is there will have to be slower growth. Central banks globally were slow to react to the inflation threat, and they're now having to double down on efforts to bring it down, particularly in the advanced countries, but to some extent also in the developing world, which suffers from higher rates of inflation traditionally, and also today has experienced higher rates of inflation. So we have to take that very seriously, and there is a price to be paid in bringing inflation down globally, and we will see slower growth in the US, in Europe, certainly in China, and in many parts of the developing world. That's a world which we have to prepare for now, and we do not have all the traditional means to deal with it. Central banks have to keep interest rates higher than normal. They have to keep monetary policy tighter than normal in order to bring inflation down. So they can't loosen monetary policy in order to support growth. Likewise, fiscal policy, budgetary policies are also constrained because most countries are coming out of COVID with strained fiscal or budgetary balance sheets. It's not as if we can go on a large spending spree of some sort anywhere in the world. And our ability to deal with these challenges has to very importantly recognize that it's not just about short-term fiscal policy, but longer-term fiscal policies that have to be credible. I think there are some countries, certainly including Indonesia, which have very admirably responded early to the fiscal policy challenge, made tough decisions to reduce subsidies and raise revenues, but it's all being done for the sake of stability and long-term growth. And that's the mindset that all countries need to have. And certainly in Singapore, we think about this long-term. Respond to short-term crises in a way that doesn't damage long-term credibility. So that's on the economic side. But what's true globally is true in a sharper way in the developing world. Because what we see today is the real risk of debt distress emerging in a whole range of countries. Debt distress because of sharply higher global interest rates, but also the strengthening US dollar. The strengthening US dollar affects countries which have borrowed heavily in US dollars at the same time that interest rates are higher. So it's a double challenge. The UNDP, United Nations Development Programme, has projected that 50 countries, which typically include a large number of low-income countries, are now at serious challenge because of debt problems. And this will itself constrain growth. I would have to highlight, though, that we are also living now with the consequences of COVID, which will be with us for a long time to come. The most serious long-term impact of COVID has been in education. We know about the impact on health, we know about the risks of long COVID, as they call it, but it's in education where we see the most serious long-term impact. In fact, The 2 years lost in schools being closed down in a large part of the developing world will now have a very long tail of consequences. It was 2 years lost that has already seen increases in what the World Bank calls learning poverty. Learning poverty refers to the fact that children at age 10 and age 14 tend to have the inability to show the reading and writing and numerical skills required for their age group. And typically, learning poverty is when your reading ability and your numerical abilities at age 10 are 2 levels below what they should be, 2 grades below what they should be. And even before the pandemic, about 57% of children were in low and middle income countries were in learning poverty. Very high, even before the pandemic, 57%. It is now estimated to reach about 70% as a result of the school closures that we saw during COVID. This is a major challenge for the long term. And this too requires long-term thinking in how we address it, how we ensure that we can help children catch up, and how we can ensure that those who lost out get compensated with further investments in skills through the course of their lives. So that's the broad set of economic challenges. But we also have geopolitical challenges of a nature that we haven't seen for a very long time. We've gone through a few decades of relative peace globally that has also allowed for remarkable economic growth across the world. 1 billion people have been lifted from poverty in the last 40 years. 1 billion people. And importantly, many developing countries, including in Southeast Asia, in ASEAN, have been catching up steadily with the advanced world. It takes time, but the catch-up is palpable and it is clear. But that is at risk if we enter a world of geopolitical conflict. The war in Ukraine is already a phase shift in global stability. It has already shifted the state of affairs in ways that are not just to do with one war or one bad actor, but have to do with a new set of relationships between the major powers and between many mid-sized countries and even smaller nations. It is a phase shift, and it poses serious risks as we go forward. The US-China relationship is at its weakest point in decades, and with little prospect of major reversal in the tightening of tensions that we have seen. And we now have to address these geopolitical challenges between the major powers, but with all nations playing their part, in ways that prevent us from drifting into a world that is more polarized, that involves bifurcated supply chains, and involves bifurcated alliances. We cannot avoid a more multipolar world. In fact, we should embrace a more multipolar world. Globalization has allowed for more centers of economic growth, more poles of strength and influence, more poles of innovation. That's a multipolar world. It cannot be reversed, and it should be embraced. But we have to prevent a multipolar world from becoming a polarized world. It does not need to be a polarized world. It requires a new relationship between the US and China in particular, but it means that all the other players in the global system, including ASEAN, very importantly, have to ensure that we do our part to keep the system multipolar and not polarized, and to prevent us from breaking apart into separate blocks, separate alliances, be it strategic alliances or trade and investment alliances, or alliances in any other regard. Avoid breaking up to blocks, keep all our alliances overlapping with membership that overlaps, and ASEAN in particular plays a very useful role, because you will notice that several ASEAN countries are part of several alliances, so that we keep the alliances overlapping rather than separate. That too is important going forward. The challenges of the global commons are the most grave challenges that we face for the long term. And we are losing the race because our efforts to address the deterioration in the global commons, the deterioration in climate and biodiversity, deterioration in global water, that deterioration is progressing faster than our efforts to address the challenges. We are losing the race, and we now have to catch up in every country and in the global system. The pandemic was a dress rehearsal for a threat that could be much worse in future. The scientists tell us that it just requires a single switch in the influenza genome to create a pandemic that is far more catastrophic than what we have been through in the last 3 years. We have to take that very seriously. It requires preparedness, it requires investments in prevention, rather than just waiting for each pandemic to come one at a time. Because we know how expensive that is. It's extraordinarily expensive. We know how immoral it is, because too many people die unnecessarily. And we know that it is very difficult to address a pandemic after it starts. It is far more efficient, far more effective, and morally right to prevent a pandemic well before it starts. And it can be done, and I'll come back to that later. But climate change is, of course, the largest challenge we face. And we have to take that seriously everywhere we live around the world. It's not about North versus South, developed versus developing. Everyone has to start moving in the direction of carbon transition, moving towards cleaner energies progressively in the coming decades. And it's not just a matter of sacrifice. It's for the sake of better lives for ourselves, for our children, and for our grandchildren. Better lives even when it comes to everyday life. Being able to live with nature, being able to live with clean air, having access to clean water. It improves everyone's lives. And we have to all start making major moves in that direction, as both Indonesia and Singapore are doing, making major moves towards ensuring sustainability. It requires a whole of government approach, a whole of society approach, because everyone has to change their practices in order that we are able to sustain life as we know it, and in fact improve our quality of life. It can be done. So we have to take this very seriously everywhere we are in the world. Finally, everything international, everything regional also requires that we pay attention to our own societies, to strengthen our domestic social compact, and to build trust between people of different backgrounds, different faiths, different socio-economic groups, and trust between governments and people. Trust is at a low point internationally. That's well known, and there are many reasons for it. But we have to rebuild trust internationally. In fact, some studies show that the default emotion in societies internationally now, the default emotion is distrust, not trust. It's as serious as that. And that requires a whole set of strategies within our own societies, especially social strategies, investment in education, in public health, investment that gives everyone reason for optimism in their lives, and optimism with regard to their families' lives. Social policies are the foundation for economic prosperity and for global harmony and global cooperation, and we have to pay attention to that. But finally, I think we also have the opportunity to rewire and remake multilateralism to respond to this grave confluence of challenges that we face globally. It has to be part of the solution. There is no solution to pandemic preparedness without stronger multilateralism. There's no solution to climate change without stronger multilateralism. There's no solution to the largest economic problems we face without stronger multilateralism. The G20 has made a very important move this year under Indonesia's presidency to launch a pandemic fund. It needs to be built on in the years to come. It needs to be a substantially larger fund in the years to come. But it was a real achievement this year in the midst of very difficult geopolitical tensions and conflicts, that Indonesia very skillfully managed to marshal support for this new pandemic fund. And I know that Ibu Sri Mulyani and Pak Budi, as your finance and health ministers, were very actively involved in ensuring that we were able to launch this fund in a very difficult year. It showed great skill on the part of Indonesia's leaders. We have to now go beyond that. We have to build on this fund. Every country must contribute to it. It is affordable because when you divide it up amongst countries, every country can afford to contribute more. And it is in our national interests, every country's national interests, that we put together resources to attack the problem globally and prevent another major pandemic from happening. That is one good example of multilateralism. But we also have to reform our international financial institutions, the World Bank and the other multilateral development banks, and the IMF. We have to strengthen and reform all these institutions so that they can respond more effectively, more boldly, and more swiftly each time a crisis hits. The core of it, the core shift required, is to ensure that the challenges of the global commons are part of the core mandate of the World Bank, the other MDBs, and the IMF. Not just the challenges of individual countries, but the challenges of the global commons which affects every country. That has to be part of the core mandate of these international financial institutions. And given the scale of financing that has to be mobilized, it is very important, especially for the World Bank and the multilateral development banks, to see their task as that of mobilizing private capital for investment in public goods, be it in pandemic preparedness or making the climate transition, or in economic development, in infrastructural investment, because the scale of investment required in future is vastly larger than what we've had to invest in before, and it is beyond the scope of the public sector, nationally and internationally, to be able to finance this on its own. We need the private sector. The bulk of the financing has to come from the private sector, but it requires public-private collaboration to achieve this. And this is a special role for the multilateral financial institutions to be able to reduce risk and mobilize private finance for economic development and infrastructural investments, for the climate transition, and for pandemic preparedness. It's a real opportunity. So if we do this, if we strengthen multilateralism, if we work with coalitions of countries using the G20 and other bodies, and if we do the best we can nationally within our own societies, we can build optimism in the future, even amidst the gravest challenges that the world has seen in living memory. We can build optimism. We can give every young child, girl or boy, every family, low income or middle income, a good future. And we can then restore faith in democracy and in international cooperation in ways that are now our responsibility. And your generation plays a critical responsibility in this regard. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you, Mr. Tharman Shanmugaratnam, for the very insightful speech.
For the third keynote, we will hear a keynote speech on the topic of achieving global microeconomic resilience. The third keynote speech will be delivered by Professor Bambang Permadi Sumantri Brojonegoro, SA MUP PhD.
Professor Bambang Brojonegoro is a well-respected Indonesian economist who last served as Minister of Research and Technology / National Innovation Research Agency in the Onward Indonesia Cabinet. Professor Bambang Brojonegoro was appointed to re-enter the cabinet of the Jokowi government after previously serving as Minister of Finance and Minister of National Planning in the 2014 to 2019 working cabinet.
He is also regarded as one of the central planners of the initial move of Indonesia's new capital city to East Kalimantan, when he served as Minister of National Planning of the Indonesian Working Cabinet. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm welcome to Professor Bambang Brojonegoro.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good morning, everybody. Distinguished speakers, participants, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to apologize that I cannot join you offline in the meeting room due to my conflicting schedule. So hopefully my video recording will be helpful in contributing to the discussion, especially related to the global economic situation. So if we look at what happened today in 2022, of course, in Indonesia, we still have a bit of optimism because probably the economic growth for this year may be still above 5%. But for different parts of the world, especially on the advanced economy or developed economy, the picture is not so bright. And the reason is because they are facing slowing down in their economic growth. And if we look at the three biggest economy in the global, US, European Union together, and China, all of them experience relatively low economic growth, not only for this year, but especially for next year. For US and Euro, I think the reason is similar. They are experiencing high inflation, and as a result, the interest rate has to be, increased quite aggressively to battle the inflation. And as a result, of course, the high inflation rate will impact the economic growth, will make economic growth a little bit slowing down or lower. On China, I think the case is a little bit different. On China, it's mostly because of their zero tolerance policy of COVID-19. So they are still experiencing kind of lockdown, restriction, movement restriction, and as a result, of course, the economic growth has been impacted negatively. For us in Indonesia and other so-called emerging market and developing economy, the picture maybe not as bright as we hope, but at least it is better than the advanced economy. As you can see in the table, if the advanced economy might have economic growth, for example, in 2022 at 2.4% and 2023 only 1.1%, emerging market and developing economy might experience economic growth 3.7% this year and almost the same next year. It means that, yes, the picture may be not as bright as we think, but at least in emerging market developing economy, the projection is a little bit better than the advanced economy. Or that's the good news, basically. Emerging market and developing economy might still produce relatively higher economic growth that will be important in order to accelerate the recovery process after COVID-19. And of course, when we look at other variables other than economic growth, we can see that world trade volume, for example, is still growing, which is a good news because some countries, including Indonesia, still depend on the international trade, especially export. But of course, the growth of world trade in 2023 will be slowing down compared to 2022. And it's because the major importer, meaning the US, EU, and China, will experience lower economic growth that will affect their ability to import the goods from around the world. And for Indonesia, the commodity price, for example, that so far has been helping us a lot. As you can see in 2022, the growth of the commodity price, especially non-fuel commodity price, non-oil and gas, I think has been good. In 2021, it was extraordinary, 26%. And in 2022, it has been slowing down, but still at a positive 7.3%. But then next year, I think we have to be very careful because commodity price predicted to be declining around 6%. So it means that the world is experiencing kind of maybe recession and lower demand, weakening demand that will make the commodity price might not be as high as we are now experiencing. And in terms of world consumer price, that would indicate inflation. I think the so-called inflation, of course, higher in this year compared to last year. And I think in 2023, the profile will not be much different, meaning that high inflation problem might be experiencing lower inflation probably this year, but it will take some time before inflation will be really contained by especially the advanced economy. And if we look at some leading indicator performance in 2023, as you know, leading indicator is the indicator that will tell us in advance about the prospect of the economic growth based either on production or from consumption. So if we look at some forward-looking indicators, the leading indicators, including new manufacturing orders and sentiments, it suggests there will be a slowdown among major economies in 2023. So the leading indicator already demonstrating to us about slowdown among major economies. An important factor underpinning the slowdown, especially in the first half of this year, is the rapid removal of monetary accommodation. You know that we just experienced 1 year or 2 years of COVID pandemic. We know in 2020, our economic growth are basically negative growth, meaning that we experience contraction during the COVID period. And then after that, of course, when COVID has been handled better, then we start experiencing some economic growth, positive economic growth. And then, of course, we would like economic growth to be accelerated, to be higher. And some countries already have relatively high economic growth, even in 2021. And to support that, the central bank has to be facilitating that kind of acceleration through monetary stimulus with low interest rate. But then we know the high inflation happens, and unfortunately, this kind of monetary accumulation has to be stopped, has to be removed. And instead, some central bank has to increase their interest rate. And that will create what we call the potential recession on the advanced economy. It might create also potential stagnation and inflation. So if we look at the policy rate today, are basically now above pre-pandemic levels because of the high inflation rate. And it happens, of course, started by advanced economy, but certainly because of the domination of US dollar, then emerging market and developing economies have to follow. I mean, for example, our central bank, Bank Indonesia, started to increase the interest rate to trying to maintain the gap as small as possible with the interest rate from Federal Reserve. But then if inflation still being high, then certainly policy rate still need to be adjusted. And that's why the business sentiment, the leading indicators, both from production and consumption point of view, showing that 2023, most likely we will experience some slowdown, not only in major economies, advanced economies, but also in emerging market and developing economies. We already talked about high inflation. Why high inflation, not only in Indonesia as emerging market developing economy, but also in developed economy needs to be moderated? Certainly the answer is the inflation itself will reduce the purchasing power. If the purchasing power has been reduced, it means the consumption growth, household consumption growth will be declining. And then, of course, eventually it will affect the national economic growth. And aside from that, inflation will always hit the poorest harder than other income groups. So clearly, at the lowest income level group, most of their consumption will be on food, and certainly if there is high inflation, then even their basic needs of food consumption will be affected negatively, and that's why inflation needs to be moderated, and we need to keep inflation relatively low. And then, of course, in the high inflation happens, especially in advanced economy, because the spike of demand cannot be anticipated by the supply side. And there is, I think, some major disruption on supply chain all around the world, and also on the supply side in some advanced economy. And certainly, part of inflation that will really hurt people, especially the low and middle income group, are inflation related to the food and fuel. And actually, these two are the ones that making inflation very high, especially if we are concerned about food security and energy security. That's the problem that cause if we don't pay attention too much to the food security and energy security. Similarly, in Indonesia, whenever we have, let's say, high oil price, high international oil price, then we need to increase the subsidy in order to make sure people still maintain their purchasing power. And of course, if the subsidy is not there, inflation will be very much higher. And if we look at Asia's economic outlook for 2023, of course, we know there are some advanced economies in Asia. And if we look at the table, clearly for 2023, the advanced Asia still growing at 2.3%. And then the good news is, in ASEAN 5, of course, including us, Indonesia, our projection for economic growth in 2023 will still be around 4.9%. And for Indonesia especially, around 5%. Some might say that this 5% projection might be too high. I might agree with that, meaning that I prefer to be in position that 5% will be like the highest ceiling of economic growth that we might achieve in 2023. Most likely, our economic growth will be slightly lower than 5%, or between 4.5 to 5%. And of course, the economic growth above 4%, in this case for Indonesia, is still relatively good compared to other parts of Asia. As you can see, even China, that usually experience high economic growth, 6, 7, or 8%, probably in 2023 only growing by 4.4%. Maybe the only exception is India, that still can grow around 6%. I think higher than basically majority of Asian countries. So in this case, we could be a little bit optimistic, but at the same time, we have to be very cautious because this is still projection based on the third quarter of 2022. As I understand, IMF always revised their projection every quarter. So we have to see what will be IMF projection on the last quarter of this year regarding not only 2022, but more importantly, 2023 economic growth and also consumer prices, as well as current account balance and unemployment. If you look at the column of current account balance and unemployment, I believe we have to pay attention to what happened in Indonesia. For example, the current account balance in 2023 for Indonesia will be around 1.1%, meaning that we might record surplus in current account, which is the balance between the export of goods and services and import of goods and services. So having the surplus of 1.1% is good, but then we have to watch on the potential capital outflow on the capital account, especially from our stock and bond market. We might still get inflow from FDI, but I'm afraid our inflow of FDI might not be big enough to cover the potential outflow that coming from our stock and bond market due to the high interest rate in advanced economy or especially in US dollar. And then the thing that will make us a little bit different with our counterparts in ASEAN 5 is our unemployment. Our unemployment relatively still higher than our neighbors at 5.3%, higher than even Philippines, only Philippines is higher than us, but the rest basically lower than us. And then on consumer prices that might reflect inflation, I think Indonesia also needs to pay attention, because even though our inflation still relatively modest at 5.5% projected in 2023, is still higher than average ASEAN 4.4%, and of course still higher than other our other neighbors, in ASEAN. I mean Thailand, Vietnam, Philippines, and Malaysia. So it means that we still need to have extra effort to maintain inflation low, and trying to also extra effort to make sure our current account balance a bit higher than 1.1% as a surplus. And we should also try harder to make sure our unemployment lower, and then at par with our neighbors in ASEAN. And if we look at our economic outlook itself, Indonesia's economic outlook, yes, we recorded, I think, relatively high economic growth on the third quarter of this year, 5.72%. But of course, we have to take a look what might happen on the last quarter of this year. We expect that our economic growth this year would be around 5.4 to 5.5%, which is still good, especially given the fact that our highest economic growth happens in third quarter of 2021, 7.7%. But of course, it is right after the pandemic, when we experienced negative economic growth during the year of 2020. So it means that 5.7% or 5.5%, I think, will be still a good performance, given the fact that the world economy starts to slow down, especially on the third and fourth quarter this year. And what contributing to the relatively high economic growth on the third quarter? We can see that the growth of transportation and storage sector by 25.8% is the highest. But of course, one of the biggest contributor to the economic growth is from manufacturing, even though their growth is only almost 5%, but still manufacturing having the highest contribution to our GDP. Other potential sectors would be other services, trade services, and then of course, we have to watch carefully about the growth in agriculture at 1.6%, because of course we are concerned about food security. By expenditure, our growth, as I mentioned before, contributed mostly by household consumption growth, 5.4%, and then supported by investment growth at 6%. And of course, our export has been quite high at almost 22% growth. Our import relatively still high in terms of growth, 23%, due to the bigger needs of capital goods as well as sporting goods that still have to be imported, although we experience negative growth on the consumption goods. So it's good news. We don't import too much consumption goods, but of course we need to work harder in the medium and long term to make sure we can produce our own capital and supporting goods. Leading indicators still showing that the consumption, potential consumption growth in Indonesia is still quite strong, as indicated by the growth and retail sales index, farmers price index, as well as lending consumption, lending credit, credit for consumption, as well as passenger car sales that growing, I think, quite significantly, plus the transaction value of electronic money, debit and credit cards that has been increasing more than 12% year on year, and the tax revenue for the payroll income tax has been increasing, I think, quite significantly. So there is a good indication that the potential consumption growth is there. And at the same time, on the production side, we can see also some potential for growth in our production sector, especially in manufacturing, as indicated by Prom Manufacturing Index, reach higher than before, and then import of intermediate and capital goods, as I mentioned, still growing quite significantly, while consumption goods has been decreasing. And then electric consumption for industry and business has been increasing quite significantly at 10 and 22% respectively, and capacity production reached around 74%. So from both consumption and production perspective, I think the potential of growth remains strong, at least for this year or for remaining of this year. So hopefully the similar figure, similar trend could also continue to 2023. But of course, from time to time, we need to look at these leading indicators to forecast whether our economy might experience some slowdown or still experience potential modest growth for the future. And if you look our trade balance, the announcement from our statistic office, our trade balance for third quarter 2022, more importantly, still reporting the surplus. And this is for, I believe, 28 months in a row that Indonesia experienced surplus, I think significant surplus in trade balance, export minus import for goods. And then if we look at the composition of the export growth, we can see that the export growth of agriculture, forestry, and fisheries product has been increasing by 14%. On the manufacturing, I think the growth has been, I think, quite promising, around 20%, the growth of export from manufacturing, while the export of mining, of course, still growing by, I think, more than 80%. I mean, due to the higher price, especially on the palm oil, as well as, not palm oil, on the coal and nickel, especially. So at least there is a good situation on our trade balance. But of course, this figure might not be enough when we try to look at the bigger picture of balance of payment. Despite resiliency indicated by the forecast of 2023 for Indonesia and our relatively good economic performance up to third quarter of 2022, we might have to pay attention to the potential early warning generated by the Indonesia's balance of payment data on the third quarter this year. Indonesia experienced, of course, surplus in trade balance, and the large surplus in trade balance produced finally the surplus in current account. And the trend of surplus in current account still continues up to third quarter of 2022. However, the surplus becoming a little bit smaller, and as a result, the surplus cannot fulfill the gap that created by increasingly deficit in capital and financial account, especially caused by the capital outflow in bond and our stock market. So on the third quarter of 2022, our BOP recorded $1.3 billion deficit. And of course, it will impact the position of our foreign exchange reserve or our asset reserve, which at the end of September stood around 130.8 billion US dollar, or equivalent to 5.7 months of import. And of course, we know that our foreign exchange reserve has been used also to maintain the stability of rupiah. And on the other hand, the source of the foreign exchange reserve, usually coming from the surplus and BOP, has been disrupted by the deficit in the third quarter of 2022. And certainly, we can see that the deficit in the capital and financial account at $6.1 billion is continuation from the earlier deficit on second quarter of 2022, around 1.2 billion US dollar. So early warning should be paid attention, because the larger deficit on our capital and financial account and the maybe declining surplus in our current account. So I think that's why BI has to adjust their interest rate policy. And at the same time, of course, we are witnessing weakening movement of the rupiah itself. So that's early warning that we have to pay attention. But then we have to be able to mitigate the potential recession or the potential slowing down of our economic growth. On the short term, we have to make sure our inflation will be well maintained, especially inflation related to the food price, rice, chili, onions, and meat, chicken, and other type of staple foods that needs to be maintained for the price level. And then we have to protect the vulnerable during the adjustment by using the targeted social assistance, especially to deal with potential increase both in energy and food price. And certainly we are still continuing with the efforts to mitigate the effect of pandemic. We know the pandemic is not really over. We are experiencing new variant of COVID, but hopefully with the better protection and also our better management, especially in vaccine distribution, we can mitigate the worst impact of the pandemic itself. In the medium term, certainly we have to improve frameworks for debt resolution, especially at the global level. And Indonesia, of course, still in the good position, but still we have to be very cautious. And then on the global side, they have to prepare for tighter international financial condition as well as structural reform, especially to deal with the high inflation. I think for high inflation in advanced economy is a bit different with high inflation in developing economy. They are more on the structural issues in which they don't have enough, for example, employees to work on production sector. So that's why structural reform is very much needed. On the long term, of course, everybody, both developed and developing economy, have to pay attention to their climate policies, energy transition, and then trying to allocate more financing in order to do green energy, green economy, low carbon activities, and certainly to strengthen multilateral cooperation and avoiding fragmentation. I think the experience with pandemic told us that the way human being can deal with the pandemic is through multilateral cooperation and avoiding fragmentation. Very unfortunate that we still have geopolitical tension currently, as well as still there is slight disagreement on multilateral cooperation. So I think those are the outlook for 2023 from the global perspective. And for us in Indonesia, I think the picture is not much different. We have to adopt what global is doing by, number one, making sure inflation will be well contained, as well as strengthening the domestic demand as an alternative if external demand or international demand getting weaker. And then in 2023, our projection, our consumption growth, I think will be moderated to be around 5%. As a result, economic growth will be 5% or less for 2023. And the role of government, I think, will be less in 2023. I think less in terms of promoting the growth through consumption and investment. But the role of government is very much needed to protect the vulnerable income group during the potential recession or during the potential economic slowdown. And then, of course, government needs to pay attention if companies, for example, decided to do layoff and others. And I think we have to anticipate this kind of thing as a potential impact of slowing down in global growth. And then we have to face the tighter fiscal and monetary policy next year. Both fiscal deficit will be back below 3% as mandated by the law. While on the monetary side, of course, BI still needs to maintain the gap between Indonesia's interest rate or rupiah interest rate and US dollar interest rate. So if, let's say, Federal Reserve keeps increasing their interest rate, BI doesn't have too much option other than following to reduce the gap and making sure the amount of capital outflow will be still balanced by the amount of inflow, especially from the trade surplus and from the FDI. And then we have to watch what happened with our inflation rate. Yes, it was already higher. It is already higher than last year, or especially years before that because of the COVID. But then we have to make sure that the impact of the increase of fuel price and then the impact of, let's say, the potential increase in food price will still be maintained close to the end of the year. And of course, when we are talking about what will be the outlook for the risk in 2022, the risk actually is still robust than expected because consumption and investment has been growing quite good despite weaker export. But for 2023, the risks actually are more on the downside or on the more pessimistic side because the growth of advanced economies might be lower than what we see in the very first slide of this presentation. As I mentioned, IMF tends to do the correction on the forecast every quarter, and most likely they might have a downside forecast, especially for advanced economy on the years ahead. So it means we have to be very careful, and Indonesia needs to really prepare for everything that will make sure that our impact from the global slowdown or global recession will not be too much difficult for especially lower and middle income group in Indonesia. I think that will be my share on global economic outlook. Hopefully it will be helpful for further discussion. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Ladies and gentlemen, now we will enter the moderated session of the seminar titled Achieving Global Macroeconomic Resilience. This session will be moderated by Angelo Abil Wijaya.
Angelo Abil Wijaya is the head of project management at Y20 Indonesia 2022. He currently works as a consultant at the World Bank Group, where he supports international finance corporations, corporate governance projects in 5 different countries in East Asia and Pacific region.
He was awarded as the top 1 most outstanding student at Universitas Gadjah Mada and was awarded as the top 3 most outstanding student in Indonesia by the Ministry of Research, Technology and Higher Education.
He was also one of the top 3 Indonesian young thought leaders on environment by the World Resources Institute, and in 2020, Angelo was selected as one of the 40 UNESCO APCEIU Young Leaders for Global Citizenship Education. He graduated from Universitas Gadjah Mada, Indonesia, with a bachelor's degree in international relations. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Angelo Abil Wijaya.
Okay, welcome everyone. Welcome to this 20th edition of Economix. First of all, thank you so much for having me. My name is Angelo and I'll be your moderator for today's event. In today's event, we will have 5 presentations from 5 prominent thinkers in economics, and after listening to 5 presentations, we will have a panel discussion at the end before we close off our event today. We will have a pretty crowded lineup for today. In the first moderated session, we will have Mr. Andrea Goldstein, who will be talking about achieving global macroeconomic resilience. Our second speaker will be Mr. James P. Walsh, who will be speaking on achieving global macroeconomic resilience as well. And then we will have a short coffee break before we continue with the third moderated session by Mr. Ikumo Isono to talk about refining global trade and connectivity, perspective of policymakers. And then in the fourth session, we will hear from Mr. Henry Setiawan Wiatno, who will also be talking about refining global trade and connectivity, perspective of policymakers. And last but not least, before we go on to the panel discussion, we will be hearing from Mr. Dennis Hu, who is the director of the Policy Support Unit at APEC, who will be speaking on economic outlook and challenges in the Asia-Pacific region. So now, before we welcome our first speaker of today, I'd like to introduce you to our first speaker, Mr. Goldstein. Mr. Andrew Goldstein is the head of India Tunisia desk at the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, or OECD. And Mr. Walsh was an advisor in the Monetary and Capital Markets Department before being assigned to Indonesia, and has coordinated the department's surveillance, program monitoring, and technical assistance work in the Western Hemisphere. He has led financial sector stability assessments for Azerbaijan and Algeria, and was deputy chief for China. He has also led technical assistance missions on developing monetary policy frameworks and implementing macroprudential policy and coordinated surveillance work in Asia and Latin America before his current assignment. Before moving to MCM, his responsibility included surveillance and analytical framework and analytical work on emerging markets, most recently China and India. His analytical work has covered financial regulatory reform, macro-financial linkages, inflation, financing, infrastructure investment, and systemic financial risk, and he was co-editor of a book of Asian financial systems. He also worked in the IMF's policy design department, assessing the IMF's surveillance of developing economies. He has a PhD in economics from the University of Chicago and a BA in economics from the... Yeah. What an introduction. So without further ado, let's welcome Mr. Apologies. Apologies. Let me introduce our actual speaker, Mr. Goldstein. Mr. Andrew Goldstein has a long career in global governance, currently at the OECD Economics Department in charge of the Indonesia-India desk. He was previously Managing Director and Chief Economist at Nomisma, Deputy Director at the UNESCO Sub-Regional Office of East and Northeast Asia in Incheon, Seoul, and at the Hailing Dam Lakwa Process, the G8, G5 Political Dialogue Support Unit, and Senior Economist at OECD Investment Division and the OECD Development Center, the World Bank, and Italian Securities and Exchange Commissions. He has published widely, including multinational companies from economies in the global economy, L'Economie de Brie, Capitalismo Grosso gli Investimenti, Cinesi in Italia, and in Il Potere del Pallone, Economia e Politica del Casio Global. Andrea has authored more than 30 articles in referred journals and also extensively in newspapers such as the Financial Times, Le Monde, South China Post, China Daily, and Il Sol 24 Or. Without further ado, please welcome Mr. Andrea Goldstein. Can we have a microphone for Mr. Andrea Goldstein, please? So, Mr. Andrea, how are you? And apologies for missing.
No, don't worry. I mean, I didn't want to steal the identity of my colleague from the IMF.
Yep. How are you? And
I'm doing fine. Fantastic opportunity to be with you. It's great to be in Indonesia so few days after the G20, and I understand you were involved in the Y20, so that's a great opportunity to be here. So I'm very thankful to the organizers for this opportunity again. I was last in Indonesia just in mid-February 2020, just before the pandemic became global. I came here with the idea from Europe that the pandemic was a real problem in Asia and was not in Europe. And then by the time I was back 20 or 15 days later, of course, the pandemic had hit Italy, France, and the rest of Europe, and then it was to become global. So obviously these 3 years have been difficult for everybody. So it's great to be back here and to see so many young people and dedicated, and again, my grateful appreciation.
thank you very much, Mr. Goldstein. So that sounds amazing.
Call me Andrea. Let's make it easier.
Of course. Thank you, Andrea. So why don't we start your presentation without further ado?
Thank you very much. I mean, my presentation will be kind of informal as much as it can be a presentation on the global economy. And it's based on the OECD Economic Outlook, which was just released. This is the 112th edition of this. So we started, as you may know, the OECD is based in Paris. It's been around for almost more than 60 years as an international organization. And we are increasingly working with Indonesia. And let me just give you an example. This is the OECD Economic Survey of Indonesia, which was released by now almost 2 years ago, and that's the highlight of our collaboration with Indonesia. But also we do, as you will see in my presentation, we monitor the Indonesian economy, and we produce projections for Indonesia economy. So next. Next slide, if possible. Can you see the slide? But if you can put the slide, it's on the screen. It can be useful for. So basically, I mean, my presentation will echo some of the points made in previous presentations. So basically, we know that the big shock that the world is coping with right now is the energy price shock. And you see here that the percentage of OECD GDP which is spent on energy and use, so in order to make our economy, our life possible. This share has skyrocketed in 2022 to levels last seen in the early 1970s at the time of the first oil shock and then the second oil shock. Next. Or maybe if I have a thing to... Yeah, next slide, or okay. And this is mirrored in the inflationary pressures which have identified and become broad-based. have intensified in the sense that inflation is at 40 years high, have become broad-based in the sense that the share of items in the inflation basket with the price increases above 6%, which is the threshold we have chosen, has increased markedly in all the major economies that we monitor, the G20 economies and the OECD economies, and also have become widespread in the sense that by now this is again happening in almost all, if not in all, OECD and G20 economies. Indonesia is somehow surprised in the sense that, as you know, inflation is definitely high and higher than a couple of years ago, even last year. But in the international context, is not as high, which is not, of course, a cause of celebration. It's just a state factor, and which doesn't, of course, prevent or make it necessary for the monetary authorities to intervene. But the price increases in Indonesia have been slightly lower, even if broad-based. Next, please. And again, in OECD countries, so in the larger and not so larger so-called rich countries, labor markets remain very tight. The vacancies per unemployed are very high. So for each post which become available, which become vacant, where companies or administrations are trying to fill the positions, the number of positions that are filled is going down. And this is not reflected, next slide, in wages. This is the big, next please. The real wages have kept falling in most economies, and this is a cause, of course, of problems. Again, it was mentioned before, the importance of the social compact, and when you see that labor market are tight, but at the same time real wages keep falling, of course that is not a cause of celebration, quite on the contrary, is a cause of concern, because that may reflect a mismatch between labor demand and labor offer. It reflects the fact that the skills which are prevalent in the potential workforce are not those that firms and administrations require, and so the result is that the purchasing power is falling as a result of this combination of real wages falling and inflation accelerating. Next, please. And against this background, unfortunately, I cannot but echo what has been said before, which is that the message is pretty abysmal, is that the global growth is projected to slow. And this slow is, as again, as what was mentioned before, concentrated in rich economies, in OECD economies. And the situation in emerging economies, especially in Asia and more particularly in Southeast Asia, is slightly brighter. Of course, we have the big question mark concerning the growth prospect for China. We know how the situation is evolving. Well, we know to some extent, at least, how the situation is evolving, and it's kind of a black hole in the sense that it's an economy which has provided, has boosted the global growth in the past 30 years or so, the Chinese economy, and now it is slowing down pretty dramatically. So this has an impact, obviously, on growth prospect everywhere, and especially in Southeast Asia, and more particularly on Indonesia. But as things stand now, we are still relatively optimistic concerning growth prospect in this part of the world, again, especially when compared with the situation in Europe and in the North Atlantic in general. Next, please. These are the numbers, and as you can see, the arrows are explain whether we have made an upward or a downward revision compared to the previous forecasting round, which was in spring 2022. And as you can see, for 2022, at least for the year, current year, we have a combination of red, some red, but very few, but mostly yellow, which means no change, and reds, and the greens, which are upward revision. So for 2022, the situation is not dramatically worsened compared to the spring, so 6 months ago. This may, of course, mean that we have been pretty good in terms of making our projections, or that the prospects have not deteriorated markedly. On the other hand, for 2023, as you can see, there is a dominance of red arrows, pointing downwards, which corresponded to downward revision in our forecast by 3 percentage points or more. And here, again, as you can see, this is true for the left-hand kind of table panel, which corresponds to OECD countries and the world economy at large, but also for the red one, for the right one, which corresponds to emerging economies. As far as Indonesia is concerned, we have revised slightly upwards the GDP forecast for 2022 because, as you know, the economy has been pretty more than resilient, in fact, in 2022. And we have remained more or less, kept our projections for 2023. We are slightly more pessimistic than some other international organizations, but more in line with the likes of Nomura and Goldman Sachs among private sector forecasters. But we are talking about small differences. Overall, as you can see, Indonesia seems to be doing pretty well, and it's the second fastest growing well, actually the third fastest growing economy in the G20, trading only Saudi Arabia and India. So it's doing relatively fine, even if, of course, there are long-term structural concerns to which we will return. Next, please. As far as inflation is concerned, we project it to remain high in 2023, again, all across the universe of the countries that we monitor. There are a few exceptions of countries that have been we project to be more successful than others in reducing inflation, but all in all, they will remain high, but will moderate. Of course, this is what can be expected against the background of the monetary tightening in all economies, which is pretty dramatic in some, with hikes in interest rates by up to 75 basis points per round, and also the moderation in GDP growth, of course, is another element which explains why inflation will likelihood moderate and fall. Next, please. Now, of course, I mean, the picture I've presented you is not particularly rosy, but there are also risks. So there are even risk and vulnerabilities which can add to the uncertainty and make the situation even grimmer. Next, please. The first one, of course, which concerns basically Europe, is that the energy shortages may materialize, this fear of energy shortages, especially, again, we, at the end of the day, we depend partly at least on natural, on nature, and if the winter is particularly cold, of course, the demand for electricity energy will rise. So far, so good. It hasn't been particularly cold, so far so good when it comes to this, and when it comes to climate change is a different matter, but let's focus now on one risk, which is already more than enough, I think. And but then, of course, the issue is whether the gas storage levels through this and next year's winter will be sufficient. So there is this risk. Of course, the risk is to Europe, but by definition, in a global economy, what happens in one of the nodes of the global economy has implications for the rest of the world. And Europe remains one of the three largest nodes of the global economy. And so if this happens, it may have very negative consequences for global growth, including for East Asia and Southeast Asia more in particular. Next, please. A second concern is with households, with interest rate rising. Interest payments will also rise, and especially in countries where variable rate mortgages predominate, households will pay more. And of course, if they pay more, that means that they will consume less, they will save less. And this is a concern. As you can see here, the share of new mortgages which are issued at an adjustable rate differs markedly, is really very high in countries like Norway and Finland. It's much lower in continental Europe. But of course, in some economies, some large economies also is a concern. Next, please. And of course, interest rates hikes have an impact on household finances, but also have an impact on corporate finance, and higher debt service costs are going to hit especially lower graded corporates. But the problem next is a global problem. Of course, the debt. Next, please. Especially in a number of low-income countries, the risk level of that distress is very high, and here you can see graphically, obviously, that the high risk of that distress is interest now concerns by now a majority of low-income countries. This is going to be one of the priorities of the Indian presidency of the G20, which is starting now following the Bali summit. And the G20 has already taken an initiative. The IMF is the first one of the main actors in this, and the actions of the G20 in terms of reducing the debt distress risk and the level of suffering that this has on populations in low-income countries is a big concern for the. Now, it's next, please. It's a big concern because this is happening the same. I talked about energy, but of course, the food is the other area where the invasion of the Russian invasion of Ukraine is having global consequences. Is that the food insecurity is a threat in many countries, is rising, and this is true especially for Africa, but not only for Africa. The prevalence of undernourishment by country has increased. Of course, the problem is aggravated when there's political uncertainty or political actually violence, certainty of violence, and Angelo studied international relations. So obviously, the combination of natural factors and man-made factors, and I'm referring here to, as you can see, the countries in red are countries like Yemen, are countries that face food insecurity in the context of a civil war, or actually in that case even a war which has foreign actors playing an important role. Next, please. And of course, there is also an upward risk, even if it doesn't seem to be very forthcoming, but there is an upward risk, is that confidence, and we have simulated the impact on GDP growth in terms of the difference from the baseline of reaching a peace agreement earlier than expected. And these are the percentage point differences, and you can see here that the differences are important, and also that there could be a positive, not sure, can you hear me? A positive impact in terms of consumer price inflation falling. So again, peace is obviously better than war, and it's better on any ground. I think this is an important point that we can make. I mean, it's an obvious point, but one it's worth reiterating is that even in purely economics, coldish economic terms, of course, peace is much better than war. Next, please. In terms of the policies, and I will conclude this, and that actually may lead to questions and possibly answers. Next, please. The first important point, next please, is that a monetary policy should continue to tighten. Of course, the risk of tightening too much is that it kills the recovery, which is still underway in some countries. I mean, Indonesia again is an exception, but an exceptional exception in the sense that the GDP is by now much higher than the pre-pandemic levels, but that doesn't mean that it's above the trend level, which is what interests us. So the recovery is still underway, and too tight monetary policy may kill this recovery, but too loose monetary policy or too slow tightening may anchor high inflation expectations, and that has a huge cost for households and firms and the society at large. So we have seen now the big difference with, compared to the 1980s or even to the tapering of the 2000 earlier in the century. The big difference is that emerging economies are much more resilient, much stronger, and can react to the monetary policy tightening in the United States and in Europe and in Japan in a much more sustainable way. Next, please. Fiscal policy, again, the issue here is that there's been a big increase in state government outlays as a result of the crisis that was necessary to make, as we heard before, the cost of the COVID pandemic has been huge, and especially in terms of education, years, months of teaching forfeited, and so the fiscal boost, anti-cyclical fiscal boost was necessary. But now it's time to look at the sustainability of this exercise, and therefore what is now required is more targeted support measures. This again, we know that Indonesia is at the forefront of the use of, for instance, of new technologies to make support measures better targeted, and so that they reach the poorest, they reach those that really need it. And the risk, of course, is that a lot of the fiscal support that is provided goes to the middle class, which may need it, but much less so than the poor. And as you know much better than me, even countries like Indonesia or India that are in the G20 are emerging economies. They're still countries which where the number of poor is in the millions or in the tens of millions. Next, please. Okay, well, again, investing in energy security is key, and there are different options. Let me go next to the conclusions. So that, next, please. Now, what is definitely very important, again, I echo a message by previous speakers, is to keep markets open in the context of multilateralism. There is an increasing concern, especially again in the United States and in most European countries, about the cost of kind of a naive liberalization of the economies that took place in recent decades, which was more unilateral, at least it was not symmetric, and which now leaves some economies like Russia or China definitely more closed than OECD economies. So the reaction of closing or protectionism would be very self-defeating and very negative. So it is important to keep markets open, again, because this would help restore growth. Next, please. Another important policy lessons from the recent past is that decreasing the gender gaps will boost potential growth. Again, we heard that before, the reference to the potential growth in Indonesia, and we know that still the number of women that are employed, so the countries in Scandinavia, Canada, New Zealand, where it's high, but otherwise we have plenty of emerging economy where the employment rates by gender differs very substantially. Here you see Indonesia, I think is, I don't see, we didn't include Indonesia, but Indonesia is one of the countries where these are only OECD countries where the difference between female and male employment rates is high. And so obviously this is a cause of concern. It's a cause of concern because that decreases potential growth, but also from a social point of view is a cause of concern because it doesn't reflect equality, gender equality. Next, please. This is a key slide, a key message, investing in skills. Our Economic Survey 2021 devotes one special chapter to investing in skills in Indonesia, and that one we wrote, that chapter we wrote again 2020-2021, while Indonesia and any other country in the world was really in the middle of the pandemic crisis, and we made the point that investing in skills will mitigate the long-term cost of the pandemic, but also more generally that investing in skills is crucial to rebuild or build a new social contract. And the duration of school closure between March 2020 and October 2021, in the midst of the pandemic, is mind-boggling. And as you can see, I mean, in some countries, almost the entire school year was lost due to the school closure. So that's something that will remain with us for long term, and that's really a cause of concern. Next, please. So summing up, in terms of the policy messages, again, and you can then articulate them in the case of Indonesia. Monetary policy should continue to tighten to fight inflation. I think that this right now is to de-anchor the inflation expectations is a for them better is the main concern, or should be the main concern of policymakers. Again, from this point of view, as you know, Indonesia, like almost any G20 country, has an independent central bank, and defending and holding the independence of the central bank is a crucial priority for any country, including Indonesia. Second point is to better target fiscal policy support, again, to ensure social sustainability, to make the most of the fiscal support that's provided, so that each dollar, each rupee really reaches those that need it, and as a result, each rupee has an important return in terms of improving life conditions and quality of life. Managing the energy crisis requires ensuring security, energy security, and this goes through different channels. One, of course, is energy savings. This is a very important point. Again, by these days, if you go to a European city, not in the US, but in European city, you see that lights in the night are much dimmer. I mean, the energy savings may take a very mundane form, so that doesn't have to be something great. It's really switching the lights when you exit your room, taking shorter showers. I mean, again, very mundane things, but can make an impact. So we can all make the difference. Then the structural policies, again, which prioritize the trade and investment market openness. Again, Indonesia has made important advancement in this front, especially in the area of foreign direct investment, basically abolishing the negative list, but still there are important improvements that can be made in terms of ease of business, in terms of level playing field between the foreign and domestic firms, between private and state-owned firms. So there's definitely a lot that can be done, and as I say, the gender differences in labor market participation can be a cause of concern. Again, with the omnibus law on job creation, advancement have been made, but it's important not to lose the reform momentum. And again, I think that Indonesia definitely provided a very good example over the past few years, 20 years of our country in the emerging market landscape can become more resilient, and obviously the G20 was an opportunity to make this experience better known. Again, continuing in this direction is with the greatest importance and has important results for the well-being of Indonesians.
Let's give a big hand to Mr. Andrea Goldstein. Okay, Andrea, thank you so much for your presentation. It was a very interesting one. A couple of questions to continue our conversation. Number one, I was informed that OECD brings 8 books that will be distributed to the audience. So if you have any question to any of our speakers, but of course, like most importantly to Andrea, please ask your question. And for those of you who managed to ask a question, we will give one of those books to you. That's number one. Number two, I'm supposed to summarize your presentation, but I'll do it in a couple of minutes. Number three, I'd like to ask a couple of questions to you as well, following up to your very interesting presentation. And number four, actually, the organizing committee has just told me that we will entertain one question for Mr. Andrea Goldstein. So for those of you who would like to ask a question, please raise your hand now, and then we can entertain your question. Anyone wants to ask any question? Otherwise, I'd like to continue with the summing up of Mr. Andrea Goldstein's presentation, and probably I'd like to ask a couple of follow-up questions. Okay, I don't see any hand yet.
Hi.
Anyone? Okay, sure. Please stand up, introduce yourself very briefly, and then deliver your question very briefly.
Hello, my name is Renardi, and I would like to ask a question. So, you said that energy crisis is coming in for European countries, right? So, I would like to ask, how could a small business and how could low-income people deal with this energy crisis? That's all.
Andrea, did you get the question?
The question is how can low-income people, poor
Yeah,
people,
small business and low-income people deal with the energy crisis that's going on right now?
obviously, it's a very good question and a very crucial one. I think that individually, firms and households cannot really find a solution to that. There is a combination of individual behaviors that can help, again, in terms of decreasing the consumption of energy, again, while making life still livable and allowing firms to operate. And again, I gave some examples. I guess there is that potential in terms of saving money, reducing the energy bill even for individual firms and households. And there is then a need, as I said, for government support, and government support which can be financed through loans from international organizations, development banks, of course. What is important is, I think, that there are two things which I think are crucial. One is, again, that this fiscal policy support is to limit the cost of the energy crisis, is targeted at those firms and households especially that really need it. Otherwise it's spread too thinly across, and a part is kind of wasted from a public policy perspective if it's given to people and households that do not really need it. And the second important point is, even if of course there is uncertainty concerning what will happen to energy prices in the medium run and for sure in the longer run, is to have already an idea of when the support will be reduced and eventually cut, so that again that doesn't remain forever, because obviously once firms and households get it, it's difficult to cut it, but at the same time money should also be made available for health and especially for education and for infrastructure.
Thank you, Andrea. Let's give a big hand to Andrea and Renardi. So, organizing committee, are we going to give the book to the person now, or are we going to give the book later? Okay, someone is approaching, so probably no? So are we going to give the book now? Oh, okay. Let's give a round of applause for that one. Okay, so Andrea, your presentation was very interesting. A lot of them were discussed during this year's G20. First of all, you started with, a couple of forecasts for 2023 and the years ahead, right? And then you also mentioned some of the risks, energy, food insecurity, even the debt distress. And you also mentioned that it's going to be the homework of the next G20 host, which is India. So in OECD, you are the head of the Indonesia, Tunisia, India desk, right? I just want to know more on your view. Are you optimistic about Indonesia in 2023?
Well, as I said, Indonesia has performed pretty well over the past few years. Again, we always have in this post-pandemic phase to distinguish between GDP that has been achieved and GDP that could have been achieved. GDP in Indonesia is higher than before the crisis, but of course remains lower than it could have been. That's important. So it's important to keep the attention and the focus on doing what is needed to resume the growth pattern that prevailed before the crisis. So from this point of view, I think that what is really crucial is education, including vocational education, of course, the whole range from improving literacy levels to improving the university system. You are the top of the cream in this country, so you can really live in an environment where your peers are Canberra at ANU or in Washington at size, but I'm not sure that 100% of university students in Indonesia can aspire at this level. Vocational education is vocational education and training is an incredibly important area. Again, it's important to move ahead on all these areas and not to focus too much on any one, but to improve the innovation system. So I mean, I guess the challenge of innovation, education, training, skills, competencies is the real challenge for Indonesia, as with many other countries. But again, let's focus on Indonesia, which is already a big challenge to make this happen in Indonesia again. And you can definitely be proud of being in a country that has shown its ability to steer the G20 this year in a very difficult year. But again, this is over. Now it is always a new challenge.
Let's give a final round of applause for Andrea Goldstein. Organizing committee, can we take a picture before Andrea goes back to his seat? Can we take a picture before that? Do we have a photographer to help us take a picture? Okay, so we're gonna have another conversation with Andrea later today, approaching the end of our event today. But before that, I was just told by the committee to put the microphone closer to my mouth. Anyways, before that, we'd like to welcome our second speaker for today. So our second speaker is Mr. James P. Walsh. He is the Senior Resident Representative for Indonesia at the International Monetary Fund, or IMF. Mr. Walsh was an advisor in the Monetary and Capital Markets Department before being assigned to Indonesia, and has coordinated the department's surveillance, program monitoring, and technical assistance work in the Western Hemisphere. He has led financial sector stability assessments for Azerbaijan and Algeria, and was deputy chief for China. He has also led technical assistance missions on developing monetary policy frameworks and implementing macroprudential policy, and coordinated surveillance work in Asia and Latin America before his current assignment. Before moving to MCM, his responsibilities included surveillance and analytical work on emerging markets, most recently China and India. His analytical work has covered financial regulatory reform, macro-financial linkages, inflation, financing infrastructure investment, and systemic financial risks. And he was co-editor of a book on Asian financial systems. He also worked in the IMF's policy design department, assessing the IMF's surveillance of developing economies. He has a PhD in economics from the University of Chicago and a BA in economics from the University of Pennsylvania. With that, please welcome Mr. James P. Walsh. How are you, Pa? Right. How are you, Pa, today?
Fine, how are you? How is everybody?
I'm good, I'm good. So today you're gonna talk about achieving global macroeconomic resilience, right? So without further ado, please have the floor.
Thanks very much for the introduction and for the invitation to speak today.
Is the presentation ready? Can we have it ready? Okay.
So next slide, please. I'll just talk about sort of global economic highlights and how the fund sees the global economy right now, and then a little bit about where we see Indonesia fitting into the global economic situation, and then some structural reform priorities that the IMF sees for Indonesia. And I hope I can do that in 20 minutes. And I'm sorry if I'm talking too fast, which I always do. Next, please. I thought it would be good to talk a little bit about the G20, since Indonesia's chairmanship of the G20 was very successful. This was a relatively late start to the G20 because Indonesia took over relatively late in the process. Indonesia was supposed to chair in 2024, but actually was given the opportunity this year. So there was actually very little time to prepare. And then 2 months into the presidency, we had the Russian invasion of Ukraine, which made the situation much more difficult than anybody anticipated. So I think it's worth bearing in mind that Indonesia took over a chairmanship of the organization at a time when there were more geopolitical challenges than the G20 has ever faced before, and yet Indonesia managed to keep everybody in the room the entire time and come together with a leader's declaration at the end of the year that was quite successful and unanimous, and managed to cover all of the topics that were raised over the course of the year. So I think it's really quite a successful achievement for Indonesia that the G20 went as well as it did. So congratulations to Indonesia on that. Next, please. Next, please. So just some of the points that went through on the G20, since I'm often asked what is the G20 for, which I think people think is a difficult question, but since I get asked it a lot, I do have an answer. Some of the main messages that came out of it, which echo the messages that Andrea was saying in his presentation as well, are that we need to have a continued openness to trade around the world and not allowing the world to drift into separate blocks. We're trying to work together on a common framework for debt sustainability in low-income countries especially. The fund also has a new instrument that we are trying to encourage countries to take advantage of, which is a long-term financing instrument related to climate change that we hope can be used to help countries invest and become more resilient to climate change around the world. So that support from advanced economies toward low-income economies and middle-income economies was another important thing to come out of the G20. So those are three things I would emphasize: trade, debt sustainability, and support for the climate transition. Next, please. Again, it's just to reiterate that Indonesia was quite successful this year, and after a year, we certainly all saw a lot of Balinese dancers over the last year. So that's something that Indonesia got to show the world. So, next, please. Next slide, please. As Andrea said in his presentation, we're all a bit more pessimistic about the global economy than we were a year ago, so I won't go into too much detail about that. But I would say that of the world's three major economies, the Euro area, China, and the United States, we're more pessimistic about their growth in all three regions than we were last year, and that's one of the main reasons why we're more pessimistic about other economies as well. So, next, please. So the reason why we are more pessimistic is that some of the risks that I think the global community recognized at the beginning of 2022 have come to pass. One of those is a weakening of the economies in the US, the Euro area, and China. We also see that inflation has become much more persistent than we anticipated at the beginning of the year. We anticipated at the time this was largely going to be a supply chain phenomenon, but it's persisted much longer. We see much stronger wage pressures, especially in the United States. And third, to deal with that higher level of inflation, countries have tightened financial conditions dramatically, and that tightening of financial conditions has spread from the advanced economies to the emerging markets, including to Indonesia. So, next, please. I can skip this since we're time limited here. Next. So just to reiterate that this higher inflation around the world, we did see this pretty quickly in some of the advanced economies as the COVID pandemic began to lift and as countries began to produce and people began to go back to work in the US and Europe. But what started off as something that we thought would be a temporary blip has become more and more severe over time. So it may be that we're now reaching the peak of this. As Andrea mentioned, shipping costs are now falling, food prices are beginning to return toward more normal levels. But for the last year or so, we've seen consistently higher forecasts of where inflation is going to go. And this started out in the advanced economies, but it spread relatively rapidly into emerging market and developing economies as well. So now around the world, we're seeing relatively high inflation. So Southeast Asia has been the major region that has been the most insulated from these inflationary developments so far. Indonesia in particular was the last central bank to raise rates among the major central banks around the world. But it is a global phenomenon, not just here and not just in the advanced economies. Next, please. There are a number of factors that have driven this inflation surge. One is the very large fiscal stimulus applied by the advanced economies around the world, but especially the United States. This was much larger than was given in some of the previous recessions we saw. It was very difficult to calibrate how much support economies needed during COVID because this was an unprecedented phenomenon. Second, many consumers shifted their spending away from services like restaurants and vacations and toward goods over the course of the pandemic. That shift meant that we very quickly ran up against the limits of our economies to produce goods around the world, and that pushed up inflation. And third, there was really not a full understanding of the dynamics of inflation in economies where COVID had dismantled labor markets and where people weren't sure about how the economy was going to recover. And that uncertainty also led to a much more sudden and profound rise in inflation than we originally expected. So it's a quite complicated phenomenon, what's going on around the world with inflation. Next, please. Russia's invasion of Ukraine has drastically strengthened these pressures. Russia and Ukraine are both major exporters of food and of fertilizer, and Russia is also a major exporter of fuel, particularly to Europe. So this has led to much higher pressures on food prices around the world and much higher pressures on fuel. This was also something Andrea mentioned. And these pressures are particularly concentrated in Europe. Actually, Pak Bambang, I think, had the exact same chart that I have here, talking about inflation driven by food and fuel. So this is an important development that we hope can be reversed as soon as possible. Next, please. This is, again, just to talk about how in Asia, as in other regions around the world, we've had to see higher policy rates to deal with inflation, while Southeast Asia has been less affected than other regions, even here, as inflationary pressures have fed into the economies of Thailand, Malaysia, Indonesia. We eventually have seen policy rates rise and central banks react to these global phenomena. Next, please. So even though the global economy is in a much more difficult position than we anticipated in a year ago, the IMF remains quite concerned that things could continue to deteriorate. One major concern we have is that we may over-tighten or under-tighten to deal with inflation. The risk of over-tightening is that economies will slow more than we expected and go into recession. The risk of under-tightening is that inflation will remain high, which would lead to the need for even more tightening later on. So these policy miscalibrations are a serious concern. It's very hard to know how high to raise rates because the economic activity will lag the increase in policy rates, so the effect on inflation could take a while to materialize. So it's hard to know whether you've raised enough or not enough or too much, and that's a concern we have. We don't know how persistent inflation is going to be. It's true that expectations are more anchored now than they were back in the 1970s or 1980s, so that gives us some cause for optimism that inflation can be brought down relatively easily. But labor markets are tight around the world, as Andrea showed. We have, especially in the United States and some Western European countries, we have a lot of job openings relative to the number of unemployed people out there. So there's a lot of pressure in labor markets around the world, and that could lead to very persistent inflation. Then we're also concerned about financial conditions around the world. We can see this in many emerging markets, including Indonesia, that higher levels of risk aversion and higher policy rates around the world have led to capital outflows and to currency depreciation. So this is not so much of a concern in countries that are relatively well insulated, as Indonesia is, but in many countries that are highly indebted, especially low-income countries, we are concerned that deteriorating global financial conditions could really affect outcomes. And finally, the war in Ukraine, obviously the sooner that that is resolved, the better that would be for commodity prices and especially food prices around the world. Next, please. So just to talk a bit about where Indonesia stands in the global economy at the moment. Next, please. So Indonesia's largest trading partner is China, which is the destination of about a quarter of Indonesia's exports. And the United States gets about an eighth of Indonesia's exports. The EU is a little smaller, but much of the exports that go to Southeast Asian countries are later processed to be sent on to China, the US, or the European Union. So quite a bit of Indonesia's foreign trade and the way that the global economy supports Indonesia is just coming from these two economies in particular that are slowing down quite substantially right now. So that is a concern. Next, please. I think we can skip this in the interest of time. Next. So as I mentioned before, as next one, please. As the United States in particular has raised policy rates to try to bring down inflation, that has meant that spreads have fallen. As US rates rise and Indonesian rates haven't risen by as much, the difference between them has declined, and that has made Indonesian assets less attractive to foreign investors. And for that reason, foreign investors have been selling Indonesian debt. We haven't seen as much of this with equities so far. It's a kind of a different story there, but there have been a lot of capital outflows from Indonesia as US rates have risen. And that has led to depreciation of the rupiah over the last 6 months or so, which I think everybody's aware of. And this is not really a cause for concern at this stage in Indonesia, but I am aware that people are focusing on it quite a bit. And in the long run, we do want to make sure that the economy is insulated against potential risks, and Indonesia is quite well insulated. But this shift in interest rates has had a real impact so far. So, next, please. Again, this is just showing how portfolio flows have accelerated over the last 6 months or so as the yields have declined, as Indonesian spreads over US spreads have declined substantially. So, next, please. So during the course of the COVID pandemic, Indonesia had quite a strong external position. So as I mentioned before, China and China and the United States are Indonesia's 2 largest export markets. And since they recovered faster during the pandemic than Indonesia did, this strengthened the Indonesian economy and Indonesia's external position. That gradually has reversed over time as China and the United States have weakened over the last year. Indonesia's economy has recovered, so domestic demand has returned. But the net effect of this is that when Indonesia's economy was weak and the major trading partners were stronger, Indonesia's foreign reserves and external position strengthened dramatically. Now, as those economies are weakening and Indonesia's economy is growing and pulling in more imports, we are seeing that that reserves position is declining a little bit. So overall, Indonesia remains quite well insulated against foreign shocks, but that position was quite strong 6 months ago, and now it's weakening a little bit. So this is something to pay attention to over the next 6 months. Next. As I said before, the exchange rate has weakened, and one way that we can see that people are maybe a little more worried about this than they were 6 months ago is that the activity of investment banks and companies that are looking for hedges has increased. Companies weren't particularly worried about depreciation a year ago, but now they are. So what they're doing is beginning to buy more contracts to try to insulate themselves against potential exchange rate depreciation. This is good because we want companies to buy this kind of insurance. It increases their resilience against potential shocks, and it overall means that it's easier for companies to deal with potential shifts in exchange rates that might happen if the global economy continues to deteriorate or if we see big changes. So this weakening is something that is neither here nor there. It's something that's happening in currencies around the world. But the fact that we see companies insulating themselves and buying insurance, that's a good sign. Next, please. Overall, since I expect Angelo will ask me about this, the fund is optimistic about Indonesia's prospects next year. Right now, our view is that banks are quite well capitalized in Indonesia. They've been able to support an economic recovery that's reasonably strong right now. Our growth forecast for this year is 5.3%, the same as the OECD. I think it's basically the same for next year, just a small difference. And we see that the recovery here is relatively broad-based, with consumption growing and investment growing. Neither of them is growing at kind of a boom level, but that's okay. We think that these levels are quite sustainable. So overall, we are quite optimistic about domestic conditions at the moment in Indonesia and going into next year. Next, please. Inflation here, as everybody's aware, has been higher than in the past, particularly with food. So food prices tend to be the most visible prices, and higher prices for food constrain incomes for low-income people, so it does have a big impact on the economy. But other prices in Indonesia have been growing much more slowly, and that's why the Bank Indonesia was the last major central bank in the world to raise policy rates, because inflationary developments here just weren't as severe as in many other economies around the world. So while food prices have risen, we just haven't seen the same kind of wage increases and spiraling wage price spiral that we might be seeing in some other countries. So overall, inflationary developments here remain largely driven by phenomena happening in the rest of the world. Next, please. That does put monetary policy in Indonesia in a difficult position. because when inflationary developments are domestically driven, central banks can raise interest rates, which cools off demand a little bit and then reduces price pressures. But when these demand pressures are coming from foreign countries, then there's not much that the domestic rate can do other than encourage capital to stay in the country, which does affect inflation, but in a more indirect way. So the tools that we have to deal with this kind of inflation that's driven by commodity prices and foreign developments is it's quite a difficult position for the central bank. Next, please. Next up. So, and I mentioned before that the fund is concerned about policy miscalibrations and the idea that central banks might over-tighten or under-tighten. Another way that we are worried about potential policy mistakes is with fiscal policy and monetary policy operating in opposite directions. So at the moment, the Bank Indonesia and central banks around the world are tightening monetary policy to bring down inflation. At the same time, we want fiscal policy to work with monetary policy and try to bring down inflation. So in most countries, we see deficits also falling. Indonesia is maybe one of the best examples in the world of this kind of policy. We expect the 2023 budget deficit to come in below the 3% target that the central bank generally tries to operate with. That would make Indonesia unusually conservative among G20 economies and countries around the world. There are very few other countries that have already planned a return to fiscal sustainability, but Indonesia will be there next year. At least that's our expectation. So in both cases here, fiscal policy and monetary policy, we see a return to normal settings and policies that are consistent with long-term growth and lower inflation. Next, please. So now I'll just talk about 3 areas of structural reform that the fund thinks are important for Indonesia. So next. First is how Indonesia can better direct revenues toward development goals. So on the revenue side, Indonesia raises relatively less money in taxes than most other emerging markets do. If you look at other countries at about Indonesia's income level, or if you look at other countries in the region, Indonesia's tax ratio is much less than most of these countries are. So if we want to spend more money on policy goals, it will be important in the long run to bring revenue up toward levels that would allow more money to be spent on development goals. That's what other countries are able to do. Next, please. And a lot of the money that Indonesia does raise in taxes goes to fuel subsidies that disproportionately benefit high-income households. There were some studies done over the last few months as global energy prices rose. Something like 40% of the additional money that the Indonesian government spent on fuel subsidies was going to the top 10% of households who don't really need support to pump gas into their cars. So better targeting of fuel subsidies toward low-income households would allow more resources to be spread away from those high-income households and toward development priorities like health and infrastructure and social support. So, next, please. A second area is supporting industrialization. This is a topic that is coming up a lot now as the world is increasingly concerned about economic fragmentation and making sure that we have flexible supply chains. So more and more countries are trying to think about industrial policies that will allow more economic activity to happen within their borders. The history of industrial policy over the last 2 centuries or so is almost uniformly of failure. Most of these policies do not work. Some of them do work. There are countries that have successfully implemented policies that raise value added. The best way to do that is to look at the strengths you already have and build on them. So countries that are gradually moving up the supply chain by adding a little bit more value to their exports, that tends to be not particularly glamorous, but more effective way of increasing value added and productivity in the economy than trying to build industries from scratch. But you never know. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Generally, it does not. Next, please. And then third is climate change. This is a challenge for all countries around the world. We just had the COP27 summit in Cairo where countries were talking about goals to try to, different policies to try to bring down emissions and keep temperature increases to a relatively low level. So far there is not a consistent set of policies around the world that would keep the temperature change to less than 2 degrees Celsius. We hope that that can happen someday, and there have been some important steps that were taken. The main issue here is going to be shifting energy pricing toward a more market basis that takes into account that coal in particular and other fossil fuels are much more damaging to the environment than renewables are. So if we could go to the last slide here, please. So the main concern here is that right now we are pricing energy sources, especially coal, at levels that are far below a level that would be reflective of their damage to the global environment. So what we want to do is raise the price of many of these fuels toward a level that shifts the playing field toward renewables. This is much easier said than done, and it's not an easy thing to do, especially in countries like Indonesia or China or India, where there's a lot of installed coal capacity. So one area that gives me some cause for hope on this is that at COP27, there was some discussion about advanced economies providing direct financing to Indonesia to try to retire some of these coal plants early. So that is an important step toward reducing our dependence on coal going forward and bringing about more investment in renewables. But this is a very long-term and difficult challenge, unfortunately. So I think that's my last slide. Thanks very much.
Let's give a round of applause for Mr. James Walsh. Mr. Walsh, very interesting presentation as well. Thank you for commending Indonesia's successful presidency at the G20. You mentioned a lot of things, especially on the risk that we face, weaker global demand, more persistent rise in inflation, tighter financial conditions. But also what piqued my interest most are actually the way forward, right? You mentioned revenue and spending on fuel subsidy, for example, or support industrialization. But one thing that piqued my interest the most is actually your recommendations on climate change. You mentioned one of the things that you mentioned was carbon tax, right? Or carbon pricing. What do you think would be the best policy that Indonesia should adopt moving forward, whether it will be the carbon tax or would it be the ceiling scheme?
So the tax harmonization law that was passed last year included a carbon tax for Indonesia. That hasn't been brought about yet, but it would be good to actually impose the carbon tax and begin to try to price energy in a way that's more consistent with climate change goals. So a lot of countries now have carbon taxes. In general, they're not high enough to really affect behavior yet. And what we would also need to do is encourage more investment across borders to try to create a global market in carbon. So the first step there would be passing the carbon tax and actually implementing it in Indonesia and trying to cover as wide a share of energy production and other sources of carbon pollution as possible. While we're doing that, since the effect of that would be to raise the price of a lot of energy here, you do need to find a way to protect low-income households in particular and to reduce the effect that this would have on the price of staples around the world, around Indonesia, especially food. So those kind of social measures can help make it easier to raise the price of energy and try to direct more investment into renewables. So those are the two reforms that I would say. More social protection and a carbon tax that's comprehensive.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. James V. Walsh. Can we have a photographer as well? Okay, with that, then we will wrap up the first half of our event today with the first two speakers, and then we will continue later on after the coffee break with 3 more speakers, and then after that we will have a panel discussions with the 5 of our panelists. So with that, I'd like to return the floor to the MC first.
Thank you to our moderated speakers as well as our moderator for the first moderated session. Before we move to the next agenda, we would like to thank our sponsors and media partners. In particular, we would also like to thank our media partners. They are
Kompasiana,
Kompas.com,
Media Group,
Metro TV,
Detik.com,
Koran Jakarta,
Infobank,
Tribun News,
IDX Channel,
OK Zone,
Somexco,
CNN Indonesia,
Trans 7,
Tempo Media Group,
dan TV One.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we continue our next session, we will have a coffee break for 30 minutes. But don't forget to come back because we still have some amazing speakers, which is Mr. Ikumo, Mr. Henry, and last but not least, Dr. Hugh.
We would also like to remind you that all participants could redeem their free Tanamera coffee by scanning the barcode, and may scan or skate your way out. To redeem your free Tanamera coffee, you can scan the barcode, download the application, complete the registration form, and show the proof to the Tanamera barista.
Lastly, for those of you who got special NFT tickets, redeem your door prize during coffee break at the registration table by showing your NFT ticket.
Please enjoy the coffee break, and we expect you to come back to the auditorium for the next session at 12:45 minutes. Thank you.
Tenang, ada Segari, langsung dari petani untuk awal masakan terbaik. Kesegaran Segari diseleksi hingga 4 kali dengan garansi kesegaran uang kembali.
I love you, Mom.
Segari, segarnya pasti. Tenang, ada Segari, langsung dari petani untuk awal masakan terbaik. Kesegaran Segari diseleksi hingga 4 kali dengan garansi kesegaran uang kembali.
Mantuku pinter masak.
Segari, segarnya.
sukses, semoga cabangnya ratusan di dunia Indonesia. Terima kasih sudah datang ke Mau Ramen. Mantap jiwa. Mantap jiwa.
caranya baca berita di kompas.com tanpa iklan? Tutup di sana, muncul di sini. Iklan bikin gak fokus baca berita. Waktunya kamu coba kompas.com Plus. Daftar via aplikasi kompas.com di Android. Atau kunjungi di halaman plus.kompas.com. Nikmati pengalaman yang lebih baik di kompas.com Plus. Kamu bisa baca semua berita kompas.com. Lebih nyaman tanpa iklan. Gabung kompas.com Plus sekarang.
Setiap saat, berita bertabur di ruang publik. Namun hanya media Indonesia memberikan yang terbaik, mendalam, terpercaya, dan mudah diakses di mana saja dan kapan saja. Media Indonesia Cetak, mediaindonesia.com, dan e-paper Media Indonesia layak menjadi referensi Anda. Media Indonesia, referensi bangsa. Mau dong dengar Metro TV di radio? Jangan takut ketinggalan berita. Dengarkan MG Radio Network di 94,7 FM Jakarta.
Anda masih bersama kami di Morning Season.
Peraturan yang ditetapkan oleh pemerintah wajib dipatuhi.
Up to date, terpercaya.
MG Listener masih bersama Suara Plus 62.
Inspiratif juga humanis.
Apa kabar juga MG Listener? Intimate Sensation kali ini sangat spesial.
Ayo, dengarkan Metro TV di MG Radio Network. More than just news.
Berani melawan keterbatasan demi memberitakan kebenaran. Terus berjalan menghadapi perubahan, berinovasi menjawab tantangan zaman. Menjadi tempat informasi terpercaya yang cepat, berimbang, dan akurat. Tak sekadar memberi wawasan, namun juga membuka pikiran. Orang cerdas membaca tuntas hanya di detik.com.
Dari sebuah kepercayaan, kami berhasil wujudkan banyak mimpi besar. Namun perjuangan kami tak berhenti sampai di sini. Gagal, jatuh, penuh tantangan. Tapi kami tak pernah hilang semangat. Dengan terus berinovasi untuk hasilkan produk terbaik dengan sepenuh hati. Berkolaborasi, berkreasi tanpa batas, mengembangkan potensi, menjadi cara kami untuk terus berlari. Sejak tahun 2019, kami bertransformasi menjadi Paragon Corp, yang terdiri dari Paragon Technology and Innovation, perusahaan lokal kosmetik terbesar se-Indonesia, serta Parama Global Inspira sebagai perusahaan distribusi. Kami memiliki 41 distribution center, lebih dari 10.000 Paragonian, dan kami akan terus berkembang. Dengan R&D Center terbesar se-Indonesia, kami terus berinovasi menghasilkan brand-brand terbaik. Visi kami adalah memberikan kebermanfaatan yang lebih besar berdasarkan 4 pilar demi membantu sesama untuk kemajuan Indonesia. Mari berbagi mimpi yang sama untuk terus bertumbuh, berkolaborasi, mengembangkan potensi bersama Paragon Core. Trans 7 mempersembahkan
Bebek Madura, kalau bunyinya beda. Gimana? Kwek, kwek, kwek. Kwek, kwek, kwek. Oh.
Kalau Kak Angel mau, lu mau putusin apa?
Ya harapan gue cekek, bentar.
Ada.
Ting-ting kan. Iya, nggak jadi nih kamu. Nggak jadi. Gara-gara mana? Pokoknya. Berarti ceritanya awalnya si Bekti sampai dipecat.
Ini seragamnya cakep, lu kayak buah saga tuh. Lu marahnya pakai blocking, Pak.
Jur, ini pilihan Ayu. Ayu suka nggak? Wah, bener suka. Ya Allah, bener suka banget. Ngomong dari aku.
Rumah joget cenah kameramen. Untuk mendapatkan hasil yang terbaik, para petani torak harus masuk ke dalam hutan untuk mencari lahan yang gembur.
Ada yang ngiler.
Mantap, Pi.
Akhirnya aku dapat juga pesanan aku.
Maka
Sejak Solar akan memberikan sesuatu yang spesial. Pengalaman yang luar biasa.
Ini baru Trans 7.
Paket yang ditunggu sudah sampai. Diantar aja, banyak opsi pembayaran. Bayar tinggal scan QR. Kirim apapun, pakai antar aja. Satset, aman, dan bersahabat.
Antar aja pasti lebih baik.
Pengen barangmu cepat sampai? Just kirim pakai antar aja same day.
Paket.
Satset, aman, dan bersahabat.
Antar aja pasti lebih baik.
Butuh dokter untuk berkonsultasi masalah kesehatan, tapi nggak mau ribet? Konsultasi gampang dengan video call, kapanpun dan dimanapun. Kamu bisa beneran ketemu, beneran nyaman, dan beneran ngobrol. Kamu bisa hubungi dokter umum 24 jam. Booking dokter spesialis, akses rumah sakit, dan klinik terdekat. Beli obat setelah konsultasi. Ribuan dokter siap membantumu. Yes Dok, konsultasi gampang, anti ribet.
Stand by. 3, 2, 1. Welcome to Metro Globe Network, live from Jakarta. I'm Arif Suditomo.
I'm Kania Sutisnowinata, and you're watching Metro Globe Network.
MGN, Metro Globe Network, an Indonesian news channel reaching global viewers on digital and television platform. News, information, and cultural programs coming to you every day. We have news bureaus in 7 cities in Indonesia and more than 76 correspondents around the world. In-depth and exclusive reports from all over the world, talking about a wide range of global issues with an Indonesian perspective. Asia Prime, World News, Jakarta Movers and Shakers, Metro Globe Network, a part of Media Group Network.
Hai siswa-siswi Indonesia, persiapkan masa depanmu dengan pendidikan hingga sarjana. Soeria Edukasi Bangsa Foundation bersama medcom.id kembali menghadirkan Online Scholarship Competition, kompetisi beasiswa terbesar di Indonesia. Raih beasiswa S1 full sampai lulus dari PTN dan PTS favorit di Indonesia. Hingga kesempatan magang dan bekerja di Media Group. Daftar sekarang di osc.medcom.id. Info lebih lengkap kepoin. Didukung oleh Online Scholarship Competition, beasiswa untuk Indonesia.
Hidup terlalu pendek untuk membiarkan pemikiran-pemikiranmu, ide-idemu terdiam begitu saja. Untuk berubah, kita perlu melangkah. Dan langkah itu lahir dari sebuah inspirasi. Republika, start moving.
Berani melawan keterbatasan demi memberitakan kebenaran. Terus berjalan menghadapi perubahan, berinovasi menjawab tantangan zaman. Menjadi tempat informasi terpercaya yang cepat, berimbang, dan akurat. Tak sekadar memberi wawasan, namun juga membuka pikiran. Orang cerdas membaca tuntas hanya di detik.com.
Turn me on like a light switch when you're moving your body around and around. Now I don't wanna fight this. You know how to just make me want you. Turn me on like a light switch when you're moving your body around and around. You got me in a tight grip. You know how to just make me want you, baby. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on and show me how you do.
Tenang, ada Segari, langsung dari petani untuk awal masakan terbaik. Kesegaran Segari diseleksi hingga 4 kali dengan garansi kesegaran uang kembali.
I love you, Mom.
Segari, segarnya pasti. Tenang, ada Segari, langsung dari petani untuk awal masakan terbaik. Kesegaran Segari diseleksi hingga 4 kali dengan garansi kesegaran uang kembali.
Mantuku pintar masak.
Segari, segarnya pasti. Tenang, ada Segari, langsung dari petani untuk awal masakan terbaik. Kesegaran Segari diseleksi hingga 4 kali dengan garansi kesegaran uang kembali.
I love you, Mom.
Segari, segarnya pasti. Tenang, ada Segari, langsung dari petani untuk awal masakan terbaik. Kesegaran Segari diseleksi hingga 4 kali dengan garansi kesegaran uang kembali.
Mantuku pintar masak.
Segari, segarnya pasti. Tenang, ada Segari, langsung dari petani untuk awal masakan terbaik. Kesegaran Segari diseleksi hingga 4 kali dengan garansi kesegaran uang kembali.
I love you, Mom.
Segari, segarnya pasti. Tenang, ada Segari, langsung dari petani untuk awal masakan terbaik. Kesegaran Segari diseleksi hingga 4 kali dengan garansi kesegaran uang kembali.
Mantuku pintar masak.
Segari, segarnya pasti. Tenang, ada Segari, langsung dari petani untuk awal masakan terbaik. Kesegaran Segari diseleksi hingga 4 kali dengan garansi kesegaran uang kembali.
I love you, Mom.
Segari, segarnya pasti. Tenang, ada Segari, langsung dari petani untuk awal masakan terbaik. Kesegaran Segari diseleksi hingga 4 kali dengan garansi kesegaran uang kembali.
Mantuku pintar masak.
Segari, segarnya pasti.
Welcome back, everyone. We hope you had a nice break.
Before we continue to our moderate session, you have to fill out the presence form by scanning the QR on the screen.
In order to get your certificate, you need to fill out the presence form twice, now and at the end of the session.
Now, we will continue our moderated session. Now, we are going to give back the time and space to the moderator.
Continue our event today with the third presentation, and in the third presentation we're gonna have Mr. Ikumo Isono, the senior economist at Area, who will be speaking about refining global trade and connectivity perspective of policymakers. While we welcome Mr. Ikumo, I'd like to introduce Mr. Ikumo Isono a little bit. So Mr. Ikumo Isono was educated in Japan and received a bachelor's degree in economics from Saitama University in 1998. He has a master's degree in economics from the University of Tokyo in 2000, and he joined the Institute of Developing Economies, JETRO, in 2005 as a research fellow. He was a research fellow in the Bangkok Research Center, JETRO, from 2009 to 2011. He was seconded to the Area, or the Economic Research Institute for ASEAN and East Asia, as an economist from 2011 to 2013. He was appointed Deputy Director of the Economic Geography Studies Group at IDE JETRO in 2015, and he was seconded to the European Commission Joint Research Center, GRC Seville, as a visiting researcher from 2017 to 2018. His expertise is in spatial economics and connectivity aspects of economic integration in ASEAN and East Asia, including in infrastructure development, economic corridors, logistics, trade and transport facilitation, and free trade agreements. He has participated in several areas' flagship projects, such as the Comprehensive Asia Development Plan, midterm review of the implementation of AEC Blueprint, and ASEAN Vision 2040. Mr. Ikumo Isono, welcome to the stage. Let's give a round of applause. So, how are you, Pa? How are you?
Yeah, fine. Yeah, a little bit sleepy, but yeah, I'm the one. Yeah, that need to wake you up. Yeah.
Of course. So, to wake them up, I'll give the floor to you to present your presentation for the next 20 minutes.
Thanks. Good afternoon. I'm talking about our simulation analysis on the impact of the global economic decoupling. So first, we need to think about the decoupling, the definition of the economic decoupling. Later we will talk, and then also we will have the simulation analysis result, and then we will talk a little bit about the several things like media report, how to cope with the decoupling. So the next, please. The Russia-Ukraine war has triggered a renewed concern about global decoupling. So we use the IDGSM, that is a geographical simulation model, and also we have the several scenarios, and also we introduce the previous studies as well as we do the new studies, and then the policy recommendations for ASEAN and East Asia. And then, first of all, I myself don't support the decoupling itself. And then also we don't claim decoupling is inevitable. Even though that we appreciate the effort to avoid the economic decoupling, but also that it is good to know what happens if we have decoupling, and also what we should do. Next, please. Then some of you may not know about the Economic Research Institute for ASEAN and East Asia. Then I briefly introduce this research institute is for the international organization based in Senayan, Jakarta, and then we do many fields like trade and investment, small and medium enterprises, infrastructure, connectivity, environment, digital economy, healthcare, and energy issues. And then we have the policy research, and then the policy design team, the capacity building, outreach, and then we have supported, for example, the response to the COVID-19 and also the current geopolitical tensions, and also establishment and the further development of the AEC, and then RCEP, the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership, and also the chairmanship of the ASEAN and the East Asia Summit, and also the G20 presidency in Indonesia. Then we move to now India, then and so on. Next, please. So let's come back to the original topic. That, for example, the Singapore Prime Minister Lee Hsien Loong said the Ukraine-Russia war is bound to have a significant impact on the U.S.-China relations. Just next, please. And then in the meeting between the U.S. Secretary of State Blinken and also Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi in July, Blinken said that they don't, meaning that U.S. doesn't believe that China's claim that they are neutral to the Russia-Ukraine war. And the Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi blamed that U.S. is responsible for the deteriorating the relationship between the United States and China. Next, please. Actually, we see many reports by the media that the example of the decoupling. We talk about it later again. That, for example, the Honda Motor is considering building another supply chain outside of China. Then the Sankei report reported that the Honda will maintain the supply chain in China for the domestic purpose, but they want to make another supply chain outside China. Then Honda spokesman said to the Reuters that they are thinking of the restructuring supply chain, but it is not about decoupling. Next, please. And then also the Mazda is considering to reduce the over-reliance on China. They said, the Mazda was severely affected by the Shanghai lockdown and so the others. And then they want to, first they asked suppliers to increase inventories. And then after that, they want to increase the portion of purchase from outside China. Next, please. So some scholars think it is the shift from the economic integration era to the economic security era. For example, in the economic integration era, the countries just tried to increase the FTA conclusions. But now the more countries try to restrict the trade and investment, movement of people, and then so on. So the companies also must respond to that. In the economic integration era, they build and expand the supply chain, but in the economic security era, they need to restructure the supply chain. Next, please. So decoupling itself is often discussed in two ways. One is the policy behaviors that impose restriction on the trade, investment, and movement of people. And then also the other one is the multinational corporations' behaviors that's separating supply chain from China to the other part. Then in this study, in our study, that we set the definition of the decoupling as the first national measures, and then the second one is enterprises responses. Then in the model, simulation model, we assume the national measures, and then we see what the enterprises in the model react. Next, please. Yeah, we have the two notes. There are the two important aspects, but we omit in our simulation analysis. First one is the interaction between the countries, among countries. Once one country set restrictions, maybe another countries react, then set another restrictions. It may happen, then in the reality it happens, but in our simulation model, we simply assume the restrictions, and then see the reaction by the companies. And also we see that we must have some reactions by the policies from the corporate behaviors, meaning corporate behaviors will change, may change the policies. But also in this scenario, or in this simulation analysis, we don't set like that assumptions. Yeah, next please. So this is the explanation about the geographical simulation model. Geographical simulation model is the computable general equilibrium model based on the spatial economics, also known as the new economic geography. And then we have the 3,000 regions in the world, and then we see the potential impact by the province level or district level. And then our simulation analysis were used in several policy papers or the policy reports like Master Plan, ASEAN Connectivity, and also ASEAN Vision 2040. Next, please. Our model is not the static model, but instead we use the semi-dynamic model. Then in our model, we have consumers, we have the firms. Then once some firms react, then the other firms also react. Then consumers also react. Then we have the sum of the cumulative effect. Then once the countries set different restrictions, then it may have the big impact on the economy. Next, please. So this is previous research. First one is the U.S.-China trade war scenario. It is already published in a journal. And then we simply assume that the United States and China impose additional tariff of the 25% on all goods. And then we set the 2021 as the target year, and then see the impact. Next, please. And then this is a result. E and E means electronics and electric appliances. And then you see the United States, China, and the world will have the negative impact if you see the GDP. But East Asia, other than China, will have positive impact. We have the US-China war, but the East Asia will have the positive impact. Why? Because the ASEAN or the East Asia can export and import the products or the parts and components without any additional tariff towards US or the China or other part of the world. So we call the trade diversion effect. Then next please. And then this was done in the old days, and then we can verify this result partially by checking the actual trade data after that. Then if you see the trade data, for example, US import, and then set the 2017's value as 1.0, then China's the export to the United States is below the world average. But you see Cambodia, Vietnam, Malaysia, Indonesia, they are higher, high growth than the the world average. And actually, if you see the specific the tariff items that U.S. increased the tariff, and then there is a significant increase of the export from Cambodia, the Indonesia, and Vietnam to the United States. Next, please. So this is the second previous research about the sanctions on Russia we did in this year. And then in this scenario, we simply assume the whole world puts up barriers to the trade route to Russia. And actually, it didn't happen, but we simply assumed that. Next, please. In this case, this is a result, and then red regions will have the negative impact compared to the baseline scenario, that is without Russia's sanction. Then in this case, all countries, most of the countries will have the negative impact, not only Russia, but also other countries, because most of the countries join that sanctions in this setting. Next, please. So again, this is the result of the sanctions on Russia. Again, Russia will have the negative impact, and the EU, ASEAN, and the world also will have negative impact. Next, please. Then this is the decoupling scenario, the new the setting. Then we assume that two groups impose 25% tariff equivalent barriers on all trading goods and the trading services. Then we just simply assume the two groups. The East is Belarus, China, and Russia, and the West is 48 countries that defined by Russia as unfriendly. And then we set 2030 as the target year. Then see the result. Next, please. So this is the result. The countries, most countries joining the decoupling is a political decoupling. They will have the negative impact. And then ASEAN and other countries who don't join their decoupling will have the positive impact. Next, please. And this is a result by industry. And then China, the United States, EU, and Japan will have the negative impact. And then ASEAN will have the positive impact, especially for the automotive sector. And interesting thing, or the strange thing, is that Russia will have the positive impact. It is different from the previous study. Then because first, Russia needs to restructure the industrial system, the industrial structure in the country to reduce the reliance on EU. And then second, Russia has China in the same group, meaning that if you remember the map of the result, then the regions closer to China will have positive impact because the proximity to China will have the positive effect if it is in the same group. Then you may think, if ASEAN joins the East or West, what happens? Yeah, next please. Then we see the different setting like that. The first one, the decoupling scenario, is the blue one. That is the decoupling scenario we just discussed. Then second one is China is not joining the decoupling for the East. Then in this case, the impact becomes almost zero because Russia's economy is relatively very small and China's economy is very huge. And then third and the fourth one are the interesting one. First, the third one is ASEAN joining the West, meaning the US side. And then the fourth one is ASEAN joining the East, the Chinese side. Then you see ASEAN will have the negative impact, meaning that it means that joining the political decoupling is no good for ASEAN in an economic term. And then, but not that much easy because can you show that this one? Better to show. If you see the US and China's result, and then for US and China, if ASEAN joined the opponent party, opponent group, they will have the severest negative impact. And especially for China, if ASEAN joins China's group, they will have the relatively better position. It means if the political decoupling is inevitable, then the China and the United States want ASEAN to join their group. Then you may be invited. Next, please. So this is the conclusion and implications. The first one is for the global economy as a whole. Decoupling has a negative impact, then we should avoid decoupling. So it is important to continue efforts to maintain an open economy. Then it may it may be very simple, you may think, but it is the most important message from this analysis. And then for ASEAN countries, if decoupling cannot be avoided, then not joining any part of the groups that may have the positive impact. Then maintaining an open rules-based international trade order is very important. Then ASEAN, in this case, can demonstrate the world as a role of the third countries. That is, first one is to avoid the decoupling itself, and then second one is not joining the decoupling. Next, please. And then for each enterprises, it is necessary to optimize or restructure the supply chain and thinking the two possible ways. That is, the one is we have decoupling. Then another one is we may not have decoupling. Then the companies must prepare the both ways. But we need to be careful when we talk about this decoupling, because in the simulation analysis, the firm's behavior, and also in the news, the Honda news, and also the Mazda news, they didn't separate the supply chain from China to other part, but they just reduced the reliance on China, meaning that they reduced the production, the purchase in China, and then they increased other part. So it is more like a China plus one policy, not the decoupling. China plus one is they have another production base other than China. Then you may need to be careful in the media statement. Next, please. And especially if you think about the firm's behavior, that also they have so many problems, not only this geopolitical tensions, but also that they need to cope with COVID-19 situation, fuel price increase, and also the wage increase. So in this case, the firms take into account all aspects, not only the geopolitical tensions. So, and also they are not just optimizing, but always restructuring the supply chain to cope with the many problems. So the restructuring supply chain itself is not new phenomena. And also again, we need to be careful the media statements such as this company is trying to escape its dependence on China. This must be an example of decoupling from China, but may not be decoupling. Might be just a China plus one policy. Then it is very important not to be carried away this type of the statement. Next, please. The last part, I want to talk why I talked about ASEAN. It is not just because I'm from the Economic Research Institute for ASEAN and East Asia. Maybe that you may think that I want to know about Indonesia's impact, not the ASEAN's impact. It is true, but the ASEAN's voice is very important just when we just think about economic terms. For example, if you see this one, the global economy by GDP for the 2020 data, if ASEAN is united and has a strong voice, the figure is like a left-hand side. Is the ASEAN 10 has a 3.6% of the GDP in the world. And then actually, if we combine or if we define the EU as a one economy, then already ASEAN is the 5th largest economy in the world. It is very huge. I know that Indonesia will be the 4th largest economy in the future, I know, but it is 2045. It's not now. Then in this case, you may need to have the bigger voice, especially in geopolitical tensions or the geopolitics. The economy is only one part, one aspect, but again, the economy is also very important. That's the difference between Russia and China, the impact on the world economy and also the world geopolitical tensions. So if it is like that, right-hand side is ASEAN is split apart, then Indonesia, the economy so far is 1.2% of the world economy. Then, if you can see that you may find, but very, very small compared to the ASEAN as a whole. So it is important to have the ASEAN as a strong voice, and also the Indonesia itself also did a lot in the G20 and also other fora. And then it is very good to show your power and also ASEAN's power using the ASEAN centrality. Thank you very much for your attention.
Mr. Ikumo Isono, you just presented a very interesting presentation on, research simulating the different scenarios where, economic actors are, if they were to decouple from each other, right? There are a couple of scenarios. It's the East versus the West, 48 economies versus China, and in the 4 scenarios that you presented, will be benefited if ASEAN does not choose sides. If ASEAN opted to not choose any sides. Now, as we all know, Indonesia will host the ASEAN summit next year, and therefore all of ASEAN processes, right? How would you see Indonesia in 2023, especially in its chairmanship in ASEAN? Do you think Indonesia will be able to maintain the centrality of ASEAN, especially in terms of economic cooperation, for example?
Thank you so much. That's very promising and very important topic. And next year, Indonesia will chair the ASEAN summit, and then India is cooperating the Indonesian the government, and then there are how many? 200, 160 something other deliverables already they are preparing, and then again now ASEAN is becoming larger and larger in the economic terms, and also the voice itself in the political, meaning the world global fora. Then it is very important to think how to combine the economic development and the inclusive growth and also sustainable development. And then you have the many problems, and also as well as we are. But we need to have the strategy to combine those difficult tasks together, meaning solve one by one, but also in the same speed or the same manner or parallelly. Then that is the one possible way. And also one is, for example, digital economy. Digital economy is spreading all over the industry and also people's life. And then again, I use the GoPay every day, and I often order from GoFood. And then now Indonesia is thinking of do the interoperability of the e-payment and also the ASEAN follows. Then that type of thing, the one by one, is the greatly improve the people's life, and also the small and the medium enterprises, the performance. And then that's the one by one. It is very difficult, but the step by step, you have been doing very good. And also the Indonesia is already preparing the many good things. Then I look forward to it. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Now I'd like to open the floor for one question from the audience. Does anyone want to ask any question? Going once? Okay, I see a hand there. Can we please have a microphone for the gentleman over there?
Okay. Konnichiwa, Ikumo Isono-san. My name is Setiawan from Faculty of Humanities. My question is, due to the prediction of recession in 2023, what is the biggest effect to the trade in ASEAN region? Second is, do you think that ASEAN ready to face the recession in 2023? And last but not least, what can we do as ASEAN society? Arigato, terima kasih.
Did you get the question? No. The first question was, can you repeat that? The first question was?
The biggest effect on trade in ASEAN region.
The biggest
impact on trade
for ASEAN region.
Yes.
The biggest impact of?
Okay. The recession on.
Oh, the biggest impact of the recession, the upcoming recession in 2023.
Yes.
To trade in ASEAN.
Okay.
That's number one. Number two, is ASEAN ready to face the recession next year? And number three?
What can we do as ASEAN society, community?
Okay, yeah, that's the recession. Already the previous speakers already talked about that, and then we have maybe better to put together the three of them. Then we have now we have the more uncertain world, meaning the inner economy and also geopolitical tensions. Then for the economic situation itself, so then also the geopolitical situation also, and then the more uncertain, and then it is very difficult to foresee the future. For example, the companies must prepare the two ways, and also they need to think about the supply chain structure, and also the small and medium enterprises also must prepare. Then the important thing is for ASEAN is to show the vision and also to increase the predictability. And then, for example, ASEAN did the very great success in AC establishment. You show the blueprint first, then you committed what to do, what will happen, then what people can get. And then after that, you did, meaning that you promised, and also that you committed, then you did as it planned. Then also that you must show that again that it is connected to the research, and then you need to show that what you will achieve or what we will provide to the companies or the people or the small and medium enterprises. That is very important to cope with the recession, and also to increase the predictability of the future. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Ikumo Isono. Please give her a round of applause. Okay, so that marks the third presentation that we had. Now, let's move on to our fourth speaker for today. Our fourth speaker for today will talk about refining global trade and connectivity, perspective of policymakers. So our fourth speaker is Mr. Setiawan Wiatno. Mr. Wiatno is Senior Advisor of Digital Business at Telkom Indonesia. While coming Mr. Wiatno to the stage, I'd like to read a little bit on Mr. Wiatno. Mr. Henry Setiawan Wiatno is a member of Satgas Sistem Infrastruktur Informasi and Satu Data Vaksinasi COVID-19 at the Telkom Indonesia. In October 2020, he completed digital marketing related from Kellogg Executive Education. He also completed bachelor's degree in electrical engineering from STT Telkom in 1995. And from 2019 to 2021, Mr. Wiatno was a tribe leader SM. Can I have another microphone, please? Sorry, where was I? Mr. Wiatno was a tribe leader SMB Digitalization and Digitalization PT Telekomunikasi Indonesia. In 2018-2019, he was a head of Digital Pillar, IoT Delivery and AI, PT Telkom Indonesia. Mr. Wiatno, welcome to the stage.
Thank you very much.
How are you?
I'm good.
Okay, so that being said, you have the next 20 minutes for your presentation.
Okay. Thank you for the nice introduction. Please introduce my name, Henry Setiawan. I'm representing Mr. Muhammad Fajrin that have another agenda already that cannot be postponed. And herewith, I would like to try to explain about what Telkom have been done recently, our roadmap, and why we do digitalization for Indonesia. The topic will be refining global trade and connectivity, enhancing digitalization. Next, please. Okay, three topics that I would like to address here related about what economy under uncertainty, and then I will discuss about digitalization, global trend, and then how Telkom will face the challenge that happening recently. Next. I would like to explain about the word economy under uncertainty. I put some note in here that I use some presentation from the IMF for making the presentation much stronger to explain about the situation of economical. Next. As you see that winter is coming, everybody talking about the winter is coming, the recession, the dark side on the future, relatedly about the impact of the academic and how it will be very impactful, the uncertainty for the economy in the future. Especially in 2030, that global recession is there, and we need to understand the impact for Indonesia. The exchange rate will be weaker, and then some buying power is lower, and several of the higher prices, you probably know, from food, fashion, and something lifestyle also increasing, and several things related about the business is slowing down. And this is starting to happen recently, and in Indonesia also, you know, everybody have seen the news, lots of layoff, especially in the startup that happening recently, that need to be facing very careful. Next, why this is happen? I'm using the IMF slide basically because of the economic growth, most of the countries are lower than before due to the impact of the pandemic. When you see any other countries, besides also Indonesia is lowering on the growth because of the weaker of global demand, and then also relatedly about the persistent rise in inflation, and then the third one is tighter financial condition. Next, when we see on the weak global demand, the total domestic demand revision is lower than before, and then import also revision, and the GDP growth for 2022 we see always going weak. And when you see on the impact of the weak global demand, it will be making our export to outside also lower. Most of Indonesia export destination is to China, ASEAN, and US, and you know those countries are having problem due to the pandemic, especially in China, that really having a policy of zero COVID policy, that making very hard for outsider to sending the product to China. That also impacting 26.3% of our export commodity. Next. And when we hope that Indonesia, known as the strongest economy recently, and we see this is an opportunity for us, basically, since that we have our own resources, not only natural resources, but also from the human that have human resources that have ability to adapt for difficult of life. Probably the spirit of this make us quite strong in the economical, especially when you see the SME side that make a barrier to stop the lowering of economic growth in Indonesia. And this one also making, although the export demand remaining strong while domestic demand become weak, the US and the China now dealing with negative consequence of pandemic policy as Indonesia is recovering due to the policy from the government that already opened the economic in Indonesia. Next. So that is the background of the economical situation. Let's see how's the trend from the telecommunication side, or we call it right now the digital opportunity. Next. As you see that the global trend, recently pandemic has accelerated digital consumption across the world. This is what we see as an opportunity basically. Media social streaming is getting higher. Media from social is increasing 13%, and then the streaming is increasing about 22%, thanks to Netflix, YouTube. All of this streaming is accompany us while in the pandemic several years recently. And then if you see on the data usage increase, is quite high, 15%. And this will grow more and more since a lot of online applications have been rising up. Next. When you see another trend, there is a rising prevalence of digital user across the world. You see all of the global internet user is growth about 1.4, while all regions having more than 80% penetration of smartphone, except in Africa. So you will see that this growth is become higher and higher with the modernization of life, digitalization that come into all of the part of human life itself. Everybody use technology right now. Next. And when you see that connection quality is better in developing economy, and disparity is expected to be wider in the future, it means that connectivity quality will give more beneficial to everybody, especially to help growing the economic itself. Currently, disparity exists in terms of connectivity quality between developed and developing economies. While you see distribution of mobile network type of coverage increasing through the development of population in the country. And disparity is expected to be wider, as seen in much higher 5G developing, forecast in higher urban population. By 5G, probably starting this year until next year, the quality, the speed, and the information will be more and more easier to get. Next, please. The digitalization global trend will continue with connection quality and outreach is growing, unlock more valuable use case. With the 5G, right now, in the mining site, you can see how everything can be controlled remotely. You don't need to send people there, but you can get all of the data from the machine that sending into the mining. For instance, we also having capability to not only controlling, but we also can have a ability to digitalize almost everything. This is how the technology have been happening to unlock more valuable use case. Next. When you see economic and companies with high digital readiness, so better resilient into crisis. And this data will show that similar company with better digital readiness fare better coming into the COVID-19 pandemic. Next. So while digitalization is critical for resilience and growth, infrastructure still need to be improved to realize a full potential. You see on the several data that unconnected and unserved household world is also still there, but we need to improve the rates to make equivalent to everybody. Next, you will see the digital transformation is a key growth driven. Slide next, please. For the economic development SME, this is one of the unique value of Indonesia that have a strong SME business. If you see from the other country, probably this part is not as strong as in Indonesia, but how the SME is growing right now, from the government itself is targeting about 30 million SME business will go to digital within 2024. So we are chasing at any case to target fulfill of the government. Next. And then, but the SME still need fundamental support. This is how Telkom will be very keen to help improving the digitalization, especially to address several problems that happening recently. But you see on the next slide, the rise of cyber attack and importance of basic right in digital era is also becoming an issue, and we need to address this while we are trying to develop more technology, implement in the every area, but we still considering about the cyber attack. Next. Increasing in activity performed on digital platform requires strong cyber security system. This is all the trend that we believe that in the future, telecom as a telco company need to be prepared. And what we are trying to address in here, you will see how we answer all of the challenges to improve Indonesian economy. Next. Next. This is what we are preparing, supporting national digitalization, most coverage digital infrastructure in Indonesia directly connected to global network. We have direct connection not only through Singapore, but we also have connection directly to US. This means that all of the infrastructure that we have on own have very high reliable and secure due to under our own management. We have 4-time Earth cycle, 170,885 kilometers fiber, 109 transponder, point operation about 62 and 58, and we covered about 251 million of subscriber. Next. This is our coverage, 35 million of hosts to handle under IndiHome. Next. And what we did in here, not only preparing the infrastructure, but we strengthen the development of POP, present, and data center ecosystem, while we also accelerate the 5G to be part of digital platform on handling Indonesian digitalization. Next. You will see that we also very active on preventing the pandemic through Peduli Lindungi and also One Data vaccine COVID. Both of these platforms have been help government to be able delivering the vaccine to all nations. Peduli Lindungi, we have about 110 million user, and we also helping using vaccine to distribute to nationwide. Besides this health ecosystem, we also developing digitalization through health, agriculture, SME, and education. And we have our data analytic to help the government to make a better solution and decision. Next, one of our roadmap continues to develop digital platform. This year, we are focusing on the Satu Data vaccine. Next year, we will develop the digital health for Indonesia called Peduli Sehat. Next. And we also supporting national platform for One Data Indonesia that have lots of connection to cover nationwide, and hopefully with the One Data Indonesia we can have better economic growth and decision of policy. Next. At last, our closing remark will be, you see, there is increased role of digital as key driven of the nation, build an economy development. We need to reinforce digital infrastructure and literacy to unlock potential, and we see also SME digital transformation still lack of fundamental support, but they are the foundation of our economy basically. And then the importance of cyber attack, we need to be ready. So this condition should be addressed and need a policy recommendation such as drive universal connectivity. We continuously build to fulfill the rates of connectivity in Indonesia, not only fixed but mobile also. We built the foundation of sustainable and resilient digital economy, including digital infrastructure. While in SME, we ensuring a digital ready mindset for individual and MSE, and enabling them to through access to digital platform, fostering technology-enabled workforce and a company. Last but not least, promote risk-based, interoperable, evidence-based, and technology-neutral cybersecurity. Because you see, the technology is starting to grow, and how we can secure our own data from the cyber attack will be our own responsibility. But as telco company, this is one of the very important thing that we need to be addressed, and making everybody safe, and the data will be more private. Last, Telkom have been considered to help Indonesia, and we believe with Telkom for digitalization in Indonesia will help economy of the country growth. I think that's it for my short presentation. Thank you.
Let's give a round of applause to Mr. Wiatno. So, Pa, you started your presentation by talking about global economy. We know that there are a lot of uncertainties in global economy these days.
Yeah.
Secondly, you talk about the global trend in digitalization.
Yeah.
A lot of developments, unequal between developing and developed countries.
Yeah.
The third thing you talk about how Indonesia is trying to answer the challenges.
Correct.
I think digital economy is very big, not just in Indonesia, but also in ASEAN and also the G20.
Yep.
And a big part of that is cross-border data flow.
Okay.
How do you see CBDC, and how do you think the government should shape the future of CBDF, cross-border data flow, and how do you think the government should shape the future of cross-border data flow moving forward?
I think basically that the data will, I think it's already being flowed right now. And what we are considering, besides, we also having brands outside of Indonesia. Telkom have lots of brands, including, we already, if you see on my slide, we have about 11 or 12 countries right now that are already being there. And while you are talking about cross-border data flow itself, we are trying to make a good barrier and filtering how the data will be flowed there, especially using the collaboration of ministry, office, and government. We like to follow the policy that government has been done, but we are ready as an infrastructure to execute what the policy from the government will be released.
Thank you so much, Pa Wiatno. We will pick up on our conversation later on during the panel discussion. And ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Wiatno. Okay, so now let's gear up for our fifth and last speaker for today. And our fifth speaker is Dr. Dennis Hu. Dr. Dennis Hu is the director of the Policy Support Unit at the Asia Pacific Economic Cooperation, or APEC. And he was the Regional Cooperation Specialist at the Asian Development Bank, or ADB, before taking up his current appointment at APEC. From 2001 to 2008, Dr. Hu was a senior fellow and program coordinator for regional economic studies at the Institute of Southeast Asian Studies, or ICS, Singapore. He was also the managing editor of the ASEAN Economic Bulletin, a leading academic journal that focuses on economic issues in Southeast Asia. Dr. Hu has written extensively on regional economic cooperation and integration, especially in ASEAN and the Asia-Pacific region. And he holds a Bachelor of Science in Economics with honors from the University of Warwick, United Kingdom, and also a Master's of Science and PhD in Finance from the University of Manchester, the United Kingdom. Organizing committee is Dr. Hu connected already? Is he here yet?
Hi, can you hear me?
Dr. Hu, now I see you.
Yeah.
How are you?
Am I clear?
Right. So we will have about 20 minutes for your presentation.
Sure.
So now you will have the floor.
Right. Thank you. Selamat siang to all of you, and I have to apologize for not being able to attend in person. So what I like to do for 15-20 minutes is to provide the kind of the economic outlook and challenges for the Asia Pacific region, particularly since I come from APEC, from the APEC perspective, and also maybe highlight some of the challenges that APEC have, and maybe to conclude with some remarks about also G20, which you had a very successful summit meeting in Bali, Indonesia. So I have a PowerPoint presentation. Could that be uploaded, please? Yeah, could I have the PowerPoint presentation, please? Okay, great. Thank you. Next slide, please. So I think we all know that we had most economies in the region were in recession, particularly in 2020 when the pandemic, COVID-19 pandemic was perhaps at its height. And then last year, we're beginning to see some opening up in many economies in terms of their borders, and we saw some stronger recovery in 2021. Unfortunately, this story of recovery has been cut short in many ways, and we are now seeing. And I think that's perhaps been discussed by some of the other speakers, that the global economic momentum has slowed down. And from this year onwards, we are moving towards a much more slower economic growth, and some would argue recession in 2023. I mean, the global economy itself, and there have been revisions of forecasts by the IMF, by the World Bank, by us over this whole year. And we know that the global economy now is slowing down from about 3.2% in 2022. It will slow down to about 2.7% next year. For the APEC region itself, we are even weaker than the rest of the world. Our growth is about 2.4% this year, and a slight improvement by about 2.6% next year. But we are underperforming in many ways the rest of the economy. G22, that we are expecting the growth for the G20 members about 3% this year and about 2.2% next year. And I think we know that there's been a significant number of downside risks this year, including, of course, much higher inflation. We have the prolonged conflict in Ukraine that continues to raise uncertainties, particularly in terms of inflationary pressures, and also supply chain disruptions as well that continues to persist. We're also seeing, for example, a reimposition of lockdowns, particularly in China, which is the second largest economy in the world. So all these uncertainties are having an impact on economic growth. Next slide, please. And we can see from here, I mean, the average inflation has been rising since last year. Last year, we saw that there was a bit of imbalance between supply and demands, where as the economies are opening up, suddenly we saw that surge in demand for goods and consumer goods. But because we've had 1 year of lockdowns, demand was not, supply was not able to meet much of that demand, and hence prices were beginning to rise from last year. I mean, last year's average inflation for the APAC region was about 3%, which was double what it was in 2020 at 1.5%. For this year, of course, as I mentioned, we've got the conflict in Ukraine has raised prices, food, energy prices, and now we know that inflation has become much more broadband, covering all other sectors as well. And average inflation for the APAC region is about for this whole year will be about 5.8%, which is almost double of last year. G20 is even higher this year. It's averaging about 13.5%, and average inflation for next year will be about 10.7% next year. Next slide, please. Again, we're seeing the biggest issue now to fight off a deeper recession is to address higher inflation. And I think that's what you find many central banks and monetary authorities across the region are trying to address. And that's why you're seeing essentially a synchronization of much tighter monetary policy to address inflation, higher interest rates across the board. And I think that you can see that, and many of you who will see that interest rates have gone up, mortgage rates and other kinds of rates have gone up, borrowing rates, to address these concerns of higher inflation. At the same time, if you look at the chart on the right-hand side, we also see much higher government debt as a percentage of GDP. It's roughly about 65%, and it will range between 65 to 67% over the next few years. Over the last 2.5 years, many economies have provided support. Many governments have provided support for households, for businesses, and particularly to help them through the difficult periods of the pandemic. And that, of course, has led to higher public debt. So that's a bit of a worrying concern. And I think as we move forward, one of the recommendations is that any support on the fiscal side would have to be much more targeted, because as we move forward, there's less and less space for fiscal policy. Next slide, please. Very much in tandem with global economic growth, we can see that whether it's exports and imports in terms of value or in terms of volume, we're beginning to see that significant slowdown both in the merchandise trade. And I think that one of the plus points perhaps is on the chart on the my right hand side is that we do see some upturn in commercial services, particularly travel services. We know that with borders opening up, particularly in the Southeast Asian region, people are beginning to travel again. There's been an increase in tourism. So we see that at least a plus point was that we see some recovery in the commercial services side. But overall, in general, merchandise trade is pretty much slowing down in tandem with global economic growth. And we know that in ASEAN and in East Asia, as well as Asia Pacific, that strong relationship between growth and trade. Next slide, please. Now, in terms of FDI, foreign direct investments, these are based on the UN numbers. We see that the inflows of foreign direct investments have seen some improvement, particularly in 2021. It's about it's a surge by about 62% to about $1.081 trillion dollars. And that's about 32% higher than what it was before the pandemic in 2019, which was about $882 billion. I guess what's more worrying is greenfield investments, and we see that greenfield investments it's still 17% lower than pre-pandemic. And greenfield investments are very important because greenfield investments are investments which are kind of from the ground up. So you're building factories and different types of investments from the beginning. So they're an important source of technology. They create a lot of jobs and also a lot of expertise and training for potential workers in these types of investment. And unfortunately, that is it seems to be not recovering as fast as foreign direct investments in general. And I think that's quite an important thing. I come from a research unit, and we need to do more research in trying to understand why that trend is not recovering. And that requires us to talk to companies and multinational companies. They tend to have a much more longer term view of the prospects of the region. What I give is a very short-term outlook for this year, next year. But if you're a big multinational, when you invest in a particular economy, they tend to have a much more 10-year view. So again, they look at many different things before they make a big decision to set up a factory in a particular economy. So that's something we need to look out for in terms of research. Next slide, please. So I think in terms of the outlook, we are very concerned of the continuous concerns of downside risks and global shocks to the global economy. I've talked about the fact that inflation needs to be controlled, and we know that most of the central banks, including in the developed economies like the US, are raising interest rates very aggressively to try to control inflation. And it's the way I describe it, which is the less of two evils. Inflation is tough and interest rates are high, but it's better to address and combat inflation and stabilize it. Otherwise, we will reach a much more deeper recession than we would. So it's what we call a hard landing or soft landing, right? So I think that's something that they're looking at. And most economists will argue that what central banks and monetary authorities are doing is the right move, and hopefully inflation will begin to stabilize next year. I also talked about increased public debt, which means that there's less space for governments to use fiscal policy to support economies and businesses as they move forward. So what they need to do is to have much more targeted support on businesses that need perhaps financing the most. And I think that's what most governments are doing actually right now. Supply chain disruptions continue to be a big issue, and we know that that already started last 2 years because of the pandemic, but unfortunately it's been aggravated by the conflict in Ukraine that has affected global supply chains across the region, and that has also played a role in higher price pressures as well. And of course, the pandemic really is not really over. We know that there's new mutations. Of course, there are different variants of Omicron that's been spreading across the world. Of course, the big difference now compared to 2020 is that we have different types of vaccine to try to address it. So it's not as dangerous as it was 2 years ago. But having said that, there is a vaccine divide across the world and in this region. In some places like in Singapore, more than 90% of the population have been vaccinated. But we have economies like, Papua New Guinea is a member of APEC, where vaccinations are very low in the single-digit level. So that vaccine divide needs to be addressed. If we all need to rebuild our economies and support the recovery process, then everyone needs to be healthy and well. So that's, I think, one of the things that we need to look at. Next slide, please. So I talked a little bit about some of the global challenges and talked about some of the things that the policymakers are trying to address. I think it's since APEC is an economic and trade forum, and I think there was a question that was also raised earlier by in the audience is what do we do? I think we're heading towards a recession. What can APEC do? What can G20 do? What can economies ASEAN do? I think what we best we can do is to foster closer economic cooperation, keep trade open. We need to address any kinds of trade restrictions or trade barriers so that we can ensure that supply chains are continuing to flow and to address any types of bottlenecks that are happening. One of the work that we have been doing, and I think also other institutions, is to see what companies are doing to address many of the supply chain disruptions that's out there. Adopting new kinds of technology like blockchain technology will help to strengthen global supply chain resilience by improving the visibility of any types of potential disruptions across the supply chain. These are some of the things that's happening right now with many companies to ensure that they can avoid future kinds of supply chain disruptions. We also know that there's been an increased use of digitization. In many ways, many businesses were saved from the pandemic because they were able to adopt different kinds of digital platforms to sell their goods and services online. And that helped to avoid more bankruptcies than normal because there was an alternative places for them. And that meant that many businesses were adopting different types of digital technology. It also meant that a lot of us were also moving towards different kinds of digital applications to get the things that we need, whether we're buying food or whether we're buying things. So we're seeing that acceleration of the adoption of digitization that may have taken maybe longer if we didn't have the pandemic. What could have taken 6 or 7 years to adopt, took maybe 2 or 3 years because of the pandemic. Everyone needed to adopt these different kinds of digital technologies. So we're seeing that, and what needs to be done as we move forward is to help those who don't have access to digital infrastructure like broadband, Wi-Fi, and also to enhance digital skills of businesses so that they don't get left behind. And to address that kind of digital divide that we do see happening in many developing economies. The other thing that is important challenge is that the pandemic itself has in many ways widened inequality in the region. We know that the World Bank has estimated that more than 100 million people more people have entered into poverty because of the pandemic. We also know that the pandemic has affected different segments of the population differently. For example, it's affected women more than men in terms of in the workforce. In many developing economies, women take a higher share of household responsibilities, household chores, schooling for their children. Many of them cannot go to school, so there's a lot of they have to leave the job market to help their kids in terms of homeschooling. That meant that many women were exited the labor market, particularly in the developing economies, and many of them are re-entering the labor market at a time when there's increased digitization. So one of the concerns is that they've been affected more in terms of going back into the job market. Also, many young people, particularly in developing economies, don't always have access to Wi-Fi or broadband access. So we talk about many of them learning online, but many of them don't have that opportunity to access online learning or schooling or training, and that's led to, in many ways, lack of job opportunities as we're beginning to open up, right? So, and some work has been done on that, what we call economic scarring, right? The longer term economic impact of all these lockdowns and what has happened, the impact on particularly on employment and job opportunities is something. I think the IMF's recent regional economic outlook has a special chapter looking at economic scarring. So that's something that we need to look at. APEC, ASEAN, we all look at the emphasis on economic growth and sustainable growth. But I think as we move towards a post-COVID environment, I think we need to be conscious that the increased challenges from climate change and from other kinds of environmental degradation. So we need to look into growth, which is more sustainable environmentally, right? So looking at different kinds of green technology and other kinds of renewable energies that will support and help us to address climate change will be something that we need, policymakers need to look at as they move forward. Next slide, please. Okay, so these are my final remarks. I think we know that G20 was hosted by Indonesia in Bali, and APEC was hosted in Thailand, in Bangkok, and I just came back from the APEC leaders meeting just 2-3 weeks ago in Bangkok, and both of them were successfully able, despite these very difficult times, to come up with joint communiques in November. And that's quite important. These are two very important economic groupings. Many have criticized APEC, G20 as being kind of a talk shop, but they were able to come up with very important joint communiques to look at ways to address some of the challenges that we are facing. And I think that's something that, there are many opportunities for G20 and APEC to work together. We have many overlapping members. I think about 9 G20 members, APEC members are members of G20. There's a lot of, we face very similar challenges. And I think it's important that if we're having joint programs or capacity building workshops, that we find ways to work together rather than to duplicate these different types of activities. Now, I think that's important. And what's most important, of course, is both institutions, whether it's APEC, G20, and even ASEAN. I know there were some discussions on ASEAN earlier, that these institutions need to convert many of these policies into real concrete actions if we want to rebuild our economies as we move forward. So I think I'll stop here. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you so much, Dr. Hugh. That was a very interesting presentation. Let's give a round of applause to Dr. Hugh. Dr. Hugh, I'd like to be a little bit unfair to you. I'd like to ask not just one question, but maybe a couple before we move on
Sure.
To the panel discussion. Number one, Dr. Hugh. Number one, so you just went back from the APEC summit in Thailand. Here in Indonesia, we've been sort of, we were busy with G20, right? So can you please update us a little bit? What breakthroughs did you make at APEC? As in, like, what breakthroughs member economies made during the APEC summit?
I think one of the breakthroughs that was part of Thailand's APEC's priorities was to address. We talked about environmental challenges. A very big deliverable looking at bio, green, and circular economy. So trying to look at what's the best practice out there in the world and whether we can adapt it in APEC in terms of promoting or green or circular. Circular economy is about trying not to waste and keeping everything within the economy to reduce waste. So that's one of the important, deliverables that we're doing in Bangkok. Another important deliverable, I think, was to do work on a special task force was formed at the beginning of this year to look at, and as we recover, borders are open, we need at the cross-border mobility in the region to encourage more businesses to businessmen and professionals to be able to work across the region, whether it's ASEAN, APEC, and how do we do that? So some of the things that were discussed was whether we need to find ways to have mutual recognition of different kinds of vaccine certificates, so it's easy for them to go across borders to do their work, and adopting different kinds of new kinds of applications. In APEC, we have the APEC Business Travel Card, and that's increasingly being digitized, for example, and whether we can embed our health and vaccine certificates into that information will help to facilitate greater business mobility of the region. So see, these are some of the things that I would say achievements that we made in Bangkok.
Thank you so much, Dr. Hugh. maybe the second question that I'd like to ask you is that from this morning, we've been talking a lot about like global trends and the trends in the Asia Pacific and the trends in the G20. And then we see, recurring theme like inflation, increasing debts, supply disruptions, and all of those things that you also cover in your presentation, right? And some of the policy recommendations that are also occurring was keeping trade open, right? So can you please elaborate more on the role of APEC in trying to keep trade open in the Asia Pacific, especially surrounding the discussion of the FTAAP?
Oh, okay. Sure. I mean, in fact, we did a study looking at FTAAP, so the Free Trade Asia for the Asia Pacific, FTAAP. It's kind of a long-term goal for APEC to create a kind of a free trade area across the region. And so that's why I mentioned it's important for us that we have policies, but to convert them into concrete actions will be important. So how do we do that, right? For example, we need to ensure, for example, that we eliminate or reduce export restrictions, particularly for essential goods, medicines, vaccines, or even things like PPE. If you remember back in 2020, many countries raised their tariffs or raised export restrictions on things like face masks or different types of protection equipment, medical equipment. What they should be doing really is try to work together. There should be better regional coordination to work together, ensuring that essential goods, including food, we saw an increase in food prices here, ensuring that food and staple foods, rice and other kinds of staples are able to move to countries that need it the most, right? So I think these are some of the things that we can try to address, whether in APEC or in ASEAN and G20. Strengthening connectivity is another important thing. Finding ways for us to work together to build a better digital infrastructure. Digital connectivity will be something that we need to look at, and how members can cooperate together to see how we can share best experiences and expertise to help that. So these are some of the things that we can do.
We move on to the panel discussion.
Oh, I can't hear you. Sorry.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yeah. I can.
Okay, perfect. So last question before we move on to the panel discussion. So the most interesting slide that I think you have was the last slide when you were talking about APEC and the G20, right? You were talking about how many, how many members of the APEC is also an overlap member of the G20, and that, synergies are needed. Can you please talk a little bit more about that? How can APEC and the G20 synergize better in the future?
Yeah, I mean, in the past, if you notice the meetings, whether it's a G20 summit or the APEC economic leaders meeting, there is some level of coordination because very similar members are going for these meetings, right? So they make sure that it's one after. In this case, we had the summit in Bali first, and then after the summit in Bali, it was APEC, right? And many of these leaders moved from G20 summit to the APEC meetings, right? So better coordination is to ensure that the key leaders will be at these meetings will be important. And also two is that throughout the year, APEC and G20 are working on different kinds of initiatives. So it's not just about having the summit, right? Across the year, there are different working groups working on things like connectivity, digital economy. So it will be good if at the technical level, right, many of these officials at G20 and in APEC are able to come for each other's meetings, right, and to share what they are doing and to see whether there are ways for them to come together. Like this year, we're talking about things like the circular economy, the green economy. I'm sure they're talking about that in APEC, G20 as well. So it'll be great if these officials or these technical experts who are in those working groups come for our meetings and vice versa, right? Right now, we're not seeing very much of that. We do see ASEAN. ASEAN is a permanent observer in APEC, so we do see ASEAN officials, ASEAN experts coming to our meetings. but we don't see it in G20, right? So I think there's ways for more synergies to happen between G20 and APEC, because in many ways we are very, very similar institutions. We will all talk about economic cooperation, global stability. So these are we're very similar things that with activities and language and points that we're doing. So we should find ways to work together. That's what I'm saying.
Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we move on to the next agenda, we would like to remind you that participants have to fill out the presence form by scanning the QR code on the screen.
In order to get your certificate, you need to fill out the presence form twice, now and at the end of the session.
Once again, please fill out the presence form by scanning the QR code on the screen.
Ladies and gentlemen, right now we will continue to our plenary debate session.
To our moderator, Kak Angelo Abiwijaya, and our honorable speakers, the stage is yours.
Okay, hi again, everyone. Now we're entering the plenary session. Let me just organize myself a little bit, and then we'll welcome our speakers to the stage. Okay, so in this panel discussion, we'll welcome back our speakers for today's moderated sessions. The first one, I'd like to welcome again Mr. Andrea Goldstein, Head of Indonesia, India, Tunisia Desk at the OECD. And do we have Mr. Walsh here? He left? Okay. And then secondly, I'd like to welcome Mr. Ikumo Isono, Senior Economist at Area. And then third, I'd like to welcome Mr. Henry Setiawan Wiatno, Senior Advisor of Digital Business at Telkom Indonesia. And last but not least, I'd like to welcome back to the stage the Director of Policy Support Unit at the Asia Pacific Economic Cooperation, Dr. Dennis Yu. Please give a round of applause. Right. So in this plenary session, actually, our time is a little bit limited. We only have about 20 minutes to have a discussion amongst our speakers today. But before I ask my own questions, I'd like to offer the audience, if any of you have any questions, we still have about 6 books for you, audience who'd like to ask the question. So I'll take 3 questions per batch. We'll divide it into batches. And then please be brief on your questions directed to any speaker that you feel like you want to ask the question. Please be brief and limit your questions. So anyone, please raise your hand. Okay, I'll start from the gentleman over there. Can we have a microphone over there? Please state your name, affiliation, and your question very briefly.
Yeah, thank you so much. My question is directed to Mr. Ikumo, but it's an honor to other speakers if want to add your perspective. As we know that by 5 December, the G7 plus Australia want to implement the price cap policy that want to give a price ceiling to oil that buy from Russia. But we also know that even more that they want to ban the Russia produced oil by 5 February, if I'm not mistaken. My first question is, I want to know about what do you think about the level of effectiveness of the oil price cap policy in terms of the compliance level of for not only the G7 plus Australia, but to the other country or economy. My second question is, how does the oil price cap impact the global oil in general? I mean that we also know that the global have superpower from the OPEC. And my third question is, where does the Indonesia positions meets the oil price cap policies, and what should the government of Indonesia do to facing the oil price cap policy? Thank you so much.
Okay. Can you please repeat your name?
My name is Faris Rafandi. Thank you.
Faris, okay. We'll keep that question first. Let's go to the second audience. Raise your hand again. Okay, let's go with this lady over here. Can we have a microphone? State your name and your affiliation and keep your question.
Excuse me?
Please state your name and your affiliation and keep your question brief.
All right, okay, so I'm Sasha. Good afternoon, everyone. So one of your presentation slides said investment is rising, but inflation began to spike. So, my question is very simple. Which sector and companies do you think had a lot of benefit from inflation, especially in Indonesia? Thank you.
Your question is for Mr. Wiatno.
Yes.
Okay. Third audience. Anyone else? Okay, I'll go with the gentleman over.
Cek. Good afternoon, selamat siang, Mr. Henry Setiawan Wiatno. My name is Setiawan from Faculty of Humanities, Universitas Indonesia. The question is, based on the digitalization global trend you've explained, how to improve digital literacy in Indonesia? Because according to the data of digital competitiveness in 2022, Indonesia is ranked in 51 from 64 countries. Thank you, terima kasih.
Okay, and your question, your name was?
My name is Setiawan also.
Setiawan. Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Right. Anyone else would like to ask a question? I saw this gentleman right here. Is there anyone else? If not, then I'll go with the gentleman. Okay. Can we have a microphone, please? This gentleman in white shirt. Please state your name, your affiliation, and keep your question.
Thank you for the chance. My name is Rana. I'm from University of Indonesia, Faculty of Administrative Science. My question would be for Mas Richard in the blue shirt.
Pak Wiatno.
Yeah.
Okay.
Regarding to digitalization, it was often brought up, and it's said that digitalization is a help to the increase in economy, helps the economy. So do you think that with digitalization, we can help soften the recession with efforts of digitalization and other efforts? And do you think we can digitalize in time to soften the recession's blow? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Your name is Rana. Okay. Anyone else would like to ask a question? Oh, there's this lady over there. Okay, let's give the mic to the lady over there.
Yes. Hello everyone, my name is Sid Kasvina from Faculty of Engineering, Universitas Indonesia. My question is for Mr. Ishikawa. The informal sector is fast here. More than half of our GDP is coming from informal sector. Last time I checked, and I also think we are very resilient to 2023 recession. It's very optimistic view. So my question is, considering our fast informal sector, what is your suggestion to college students like us and any other Indonesian citizen to fight the inflation and incoming 2023 recession, so our economy can still running in not so bad condition? Do you suggest we hold our money, or do you suggest we keep spending our money like normal, or do you suggest we investing our money and flood the market with fresh cash? Or do you have any practical suggestion for this situation of fighting the inflation? Thank you.
Okay, so your question was for Mr. Ikumo Isono?
Yeah.
And
Yes.
the question was basically, what should we do in 2023, whether we should hold our money, invest, or spend?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Brief and sweet. We will keep, the remaining time later for Andrea and for Dr. Hugh after we ask these questions to our other speakers, Pa Wiatno and also Mr. Ikumo Isono. So, Mr. Ikumo Isono, very briefly, the first question on oil price cap by the G7 plus Australia. First question, is it effective? Second question, how does it affect or impact the global oil price? And third question, what is Indonesia's position and how should Indonesia respond?
What was first one? First one is.
First one was, is it effective?
Oh, well,
The oil price cap set by the G7 plus Australia.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Yeah, that is not my expertise, first of all. Especially for in Indonesia, the oil price, the subsidy is always the big issue. And also in many cases, again, it's about the predictability. The sudden change that affect a lot, especially for the people and also the small and medium enterprises. Then the important thing is the increase the predictability. That meaning how to reduce for example, the subsidy or how to move forward. That is I think it is very important for the people to foresee the future. Maybe the other experts may have the better understanding. Yeah. Thanks.
Okay, thank you so much. Please give a round of applause to Mr. Ikumo Isono. Okay. Next, let's move on to the next speaker, Pak Wiatno. You received a lot of questions. By a lot, I mean a lot. Number one, question from Sasha. Investment is rising. At the same time, inflation is on the rise as well.
Yeah.
The question is, what sector will benefit?
Interesting question, right? Which sector will be benefit for this? Actually, this is what we see. Not just one sector who will get the benefit, but we see with digitalization, we will not only one sector who will get the benefit, but we think should be an ecosystem. If you are only thinking about one sector, I think everything will be loss. But if you see on one ecosystem, that will be a different story. For instance, I was very active in SME, UMKM. When I'm trying to build the digital literacy like Mas Tiawan have been questioning, one thing that we see within a year, every time I'm trying to developing the SME is lost. Very difficult. So I'm thinking, how about if this SME collaborate with the segment of tourism? Then it will grow. But if you think only one part, you will need time to grow. But if we grow together, in terms of the ecosystem, it will grow faster. So that is how the foreign see to put the investment in Indonesia. They see on the helicopter view, we have a lot of resources, but not orchestrate well. This is what we think. If we orchestrate well from the policy, from the media, business, and education, collaborate in the pentahelix, it will make a different story. It will make a different story. So, if you are asking investment rise, inflation coming up, which sector will be benefit? I think every sector can get a benefit if we think as a one ecosystem of digital Indonesia. That clear enough?
Okay. Thank you so much for the answer for the first question. Second question, just very briefly because we're running out of time. The second question was from Setiawan.
Yeah.
Digital literacy in Indonesia. How should the government improve the literacy?
Okay. The digital literacy will, the government only giving the policy. Who will do the increasing the digital literacy? Actually, you all. I'm trying to give lots of training to the people in the village related about digital literacy. But what we need is somewhat like you all, the youngster, coming up into the field, giving them education, giving them the model, then it will be increased. That's why I have one activity with the several universities that we call it digital marketing management, together with Kadin and several communities coming up in several cities to give an education, not only education, but mentoring to them, be their partner, be their sidekick, what I see, for the people in the village, and then it will be growth. Or if you already know in China, they have a city council to increase the digital literacy. I think in Indonesia that will be coming from all of you, the youngster, to help people, other people to be more well known about digital literacy.
Thank you, Mr. Riatno. Now, last question before we move on to the next, audience who would like to ask the question. The next question to Mr. Ikumo Isono. In facing the coming recession in 2023, should young people hold their money? Should they invest? Or should they spend?
Yeah, especially for Indonesia case, the always consumption is very high, and then many people consume a lot, and then it is also a basis of the good economy, and also but in the recession time, of course, we had several recessions all days, and then already for most of you, it is only the history thing. But at that time, many people actually went bankrupt because they cannot pay the debt. Already they have the lot of the debt coming from the loan, the credit card, and also then. But those people actually could survive because of you have the good society, good families, and the good friends, and then it is always after that you should have the saved money. Easy to say, but we don't know the situation actually. Then it is sometimes people just criticize myopic. It is myopic. You should think more. But when it happens, you can help each other. It is also the very good point of the developing countries, meaning that you have the much room to grow more later. Then you can recover, and so you can help each other. Then that is in this case, it's not that much serious. It's sometimes in a short time it might be serious, but you can recover easily and you can grow more. Then again for the digital things, you use more and more the digital items, gadgets, and also the buying the new mobile phones. That is it's not a bad thing, and for the economy first, and also for the recovery also. Thank
you, Mr. Ikumo Isono. Now, I'd like to open the floor for the last time for anyone who'd like to ask a question to Dr. Hugh or Andrea. Otherwise, I'd like to wrap up this session because we're running out of time. Oh, okay, just very quickly. The gentleman on the corner, just very quickly. I've been warned by the organizing committee.
All right, thank you so much. My name is Rafli from Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy. I would like to ask to Mr. Andrea. So I would like to hear external views and takes on Indonesia current tourism. As we all know, in 2020, our numbers of international visits from 16 million dropped to 4 million only in 1 year. So I would like to hear your views. What do you think is Indonesia current tourism development, and what do you think what can be improved from the current development? I think that's all. Thank you.
It's all about it. It's obviously a very complex question, very appropriate. Thank you very much. Now, I think that obviously the last few years have been exceptionally bad for the tourism industry in Indonesia, like in any other country. Indonesia has definitely a number of assets and advantages that play to it, and it's relatively straightforward to imagine that it will go back to this path of the trend levels that were prevalent before the crisis. I would say that obviously preservation of this beauty is of the utmost importance, so that's definitely something that has to be done. Second point has to do with the quality. Again, I was referring to education and competences and skills in general this morning in the first session. I guess these are issues which are also very relevant in the tourism industry, but the skills that are required are very specific, and it's very important to improve the quality of the service that is offered on the international market. A third point is liberalization in the case of transport services. That's very important to keep the quality high and the prices as low as possible, obviously not lower than necessary to maintain the safety. And obviously promote again Indonesia as a safe destination. And I guess, I mean, this is more than enough in a sense. And maybe the last thing that I would suggest to you and to do is to go and read the 2019 economic survey of the OECD of Indonesia, which has a special chapter on tourism. And there are many recommendations, and I think that they remain very valid and appropriate and timely. So that's my suggestion, which is available online.
Thank you very much, Andrea. Please give a round of applause. And then, just lastly, before we close our panel discussion for today, I'd like to ask the last question to Dr. Hugh. Dr. Hugh, APEC will be in the US next year. With the Russian invasion of Ukraine, you know, the situation between Russia and the US is delicate. And with the US becoming the host of APEC next year, can we be optimistic on APEC?
I'm cautiously optimistic. We have to remember that APEC is first and foremost an economic forum. So I like to think that regardless of different political positions, that we can all come together to work on different kinds of economic and trade initiatives. And I think that's the case. I mean, otherwise we wouldn't have had a joint communique at G20 and a joint communique at APEC. So I think that's how I see it. So cautiously optimistic.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hugh. Cautiously optimistic. And that, ladies and gentlemen, wraps up our panel discussion for today. I'm Angelo Wijaya, the moderator for today. Thank you so much for having me, and thank you so much for having the speakers for today. I'd like to return the floor to the MC.
Thank you, Mr. Angelo Abelwijaya, for guiding the moderated session well. Before leaving the stage, we would like to give an appreciation to our speakers and moderator.
Therefore, we kindly invite Mr. Wineto Ranadireksa as the Chief Executive Officer of the 20th Economix to give the certificates. For our first speaker, Mr. Andrea Goldstein.
Once again, thank you, Mr. Andrea Goldstein.
On to our next speaker, Mr. James P. Walsh. Okay, so I'm afraid we have to continue to the next speaker, which is Mr. Ikomo Isono, BAMA.
Once again, thank you, Mr. Ikumo Isono.
On to our next speaker, Mr. Henry Setiawan Wiatno, BE.
Once more, we would like to express our gratitude to Mr. Henry Setiawan Wiatno, BE.
And for our next speaker, Mr. Dennis Hugh. Okay, now we will continue to our finally our remarkable moderator, Mr. Angelo Abil Wijaya.
Once again, we would like to express our most sincere appreciation to our exceptional moderator and speakers. Last but not least, we would also like to thank our media partners. They are
Kompasiana,
Detik.com,
IDX Channel,
OKZone,
CNN Indonesia,
Trans7,
TV1,
and last but not least, Sir Morpheus. Ladies and gentlemen, we have finally reached the end of today's event. We are very pleased to guide you through the opening ceremony and today's inspiring seminar sessions.
But before we close this seminar, we would like to remind you to not forget to fill out the presence form by scanning the QR on the screen.
We really hope that today's seminar will give you beneficial knowledge resulting in new ideas to overcome the global economic challenges.
Thank you to the audience, especially our distinguished guests, speakers, and participants of the 20th Economix.
Before we end this seminar, we would like to once again thank our sponsors and media partners. Without their contribution, our event will not be as successful. In particular, we would like to thank our main sponsors,
Telkom and IndiHome. Thank you everyone for your attendance in this year's 20th Economics International Seminar presented by IndiHome and Telkom Indonesia.
We would like to bid you farewell. I'm Thomas.
And I'm Andra.
The 20th Economics
Spirit.
In business, it's not just what you know. It's who you're working with. You see the right partner can help you make the right connections, which open up new frontiers of trade. There you go. Connections create avenues for expansion. Right? They also increase distribution channels and create opportunities for progress.
How high exactly is this wind turbine?
So when it comes to building your connections, where should you look? Turn to a bank that has connected business across ASEAN and beyond.
Tenang, ada Segari, langsung dari petani untuk awal masakan terbaik. Kesegaran Segari diseleksi hingga 4 kali dengan garansi kesegaran uang kembali.
I love you, Mom.
Segari, segarnya pasti. Tenang, ada Segari, langsung dari petani untuk awal masakan terbaik. Kesegaran Segari diseleksi hingga 4 kali dengan garansi kesegaran uang kembali.
Mantuku pinter masak.
Segari, segarnya pasti.
Stand by. 3, 2, 1. Welcome to Metro Globe Network, live from Jakarta. I'm Arif Suditomo.
I'm Kania Sutisnowinata, and you're watching Metro Globe Network.
MGN, Metro Globe Network, an Indonesian news channel reaching global viewers on digital and television platform. News, information, and cultural programs coming to you every day. We have news bureaus in 7 cities in Indonesia and more than 76 correspondents around the world. In-depth and exclusive reports from all over the world, talking about a wide range of global issues with an Indonesian perspective. Asia Prime, World News, Jakarta Movers and Shakers, Metro Globe Network, a part of Media Group Network.
Hai siswa-siswi Indonesia, persiapkan masa depanmu dengan pendidikan hingga sarjana. Soeria Edukasi Bangsa Foundation bersama Medcom.id kembali menghadirkan Online Scholarship Competition, kompetisi beasiswa terbesar di Indonesia. Raih beasiswa S1 full sampai lulus dari PTN dan PTS favorit di Indonesia. Hingga kesempatan magang dan bekerja di Media Group. Daftar sekarang di osc.medcom.id. Info lebih lengkap kepoin. Didukung oleh Online Scholarship Competition, beasiswa untuk Indonesia.
Hidup terlalu pendek untuk membiarkan pemikiran-pemikiranmu, ide-idemu terdiam begitu saja. Untuk berubah, kita perlu melangkah. Dan langkah itu lahir dari sebuah inspirasi. Republika, start moving.
Berawal dari bagian barat Indonesia, kami datang sebagai sahabat, membawa beragam kisah dari sudut pandang setiap daerah untuk menjadi mata lokal menjangkau Indonesia. Trans 7 mempersembahkan
Bebek Madura, kalau bunyinya beda. Gimana? Kwek, kwek, kwek. Kwek, kwek, kwek. Kalau Kak Angel mau, lu mau putusin apa?
Ya, Rafa gue cekek bentar.
Ada.
Ting-ting kan.
Iya, nggak jadi kamu. Nggak jadi. Gara-gara mana? Pokoknya. Berarti ceritanya awalnya si Bekti sampai dipecat.
Ini seragamnya cakep, lu kayak buah saga tuh.
Lu marahnya pakai blocking, Pak.
pilihan Ayu suka nggak? Wah, bener suka, ya Allah, bener suka banget. Uang dari aku.
Rumah joget cenah kameramen. Untuk mendapatkan hasil yang terbaik, para petani torak harus masuk ke dalam hutan untuk mencari lahan yang gembur.
Ada yang ngiler.
Mantap sih.
Akhirnya aku dapat juga pesanan aku.
Maka
Sejak Solar akan memberikan sesuatu yang spesial. Pengalaman yang luar biasa.
Ini baru Trans 7.
You turn me